You're gonna move the first behind you and the pain. Are you comfortable?
No.
No problem.
How about you? There's a big reason for me. I'm not going to eat your egg. Cream cheese or peanut butter. This was you know, has some contact.
No, definitely there was a marrow. 8 rounds went out. Good stuff ahead everybody. We're on the train and then
You, what jelly? I've got jelly. I've got jelly. I can put on my phone.
yeah. No,
We're about to and I took like 3 weeks off. First was like, you need to take 3 months off, right? I have kids, I can't. Exactly, no, that's exactly right.
Not quite 8:30 yet.
Yeah.
go on.
Disappeared down the cream cheese.
Well,
No, I don't.
You're not on all fours. You can start taking calls.
Found them. Hiding under there.
We've got a guy starting.
it's 17 or that. And
I don't think too much. I don't have it really starting for like 3 weeks after that.
never mind.
Not even right off the bat. That's all. I just want to throw him in.
Of professionals and that
So we lost our connection? So if you want to start to gather, I'm going to try to do this.
Okay. Could everyone
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
We're going to get going right on time in about a minute. So grab coffee if you haven't gotten any, and take a seat, and we'll get going as soon as we get through this technological glitch.
If you're talking about the fact the monitors unplugged,
Yeah? Is that not good? Is that what you're saying?
that's not good, yes.
Do you think that's causing the glitch? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh. We can talk all about that.
Well, we can try it real quick.
Yeah. I mean, just move it.
I don't know where that cable goes to.
This one you're talking about?
Yeah, that goes back.
I'm not going to mess with it because I am not the techno person at all.
Good or bad, it's still sorry kids are trying to
Well, we should just
What's the end of this cable?
What's that?
This cable over here. What's the end look like?
It's a DVI.
I'm plugged into the DVI.
Because there's no DVI. It's a Thunderbolt connector.
Oh.
Oh, so you can hear me through there. That is not going to work. I need to mute me. Okay. Projection. You know how that goes. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Research CP workshop. My name is Paul Gross. I'm the project lead on this effort, and I thank you all for making what was a challenging effort to get here to Chicago. I'm going to just make a few comments before I turn it over to our facilitator, Hillary Heil. Hillary, you know what? Siri says your name differently, and it messes me up.
You got it right.
I always dial via Siri. So just a couple of logistic items. Bathrooms are right outside on your right, I do believe. So go when you need to, they are there. The second thing is, our original vision for this was it was 32 people, and then I didn't want to count our planning team, which is 6 people, and then we wanted it to grow for one reason or another. We wanted it to be balanced. It expanded so that the room got longer. The audio is difficult. Susan, can you hear me back to the room? So you're all going to be speaking briefly, and while it may be outside of what you do normally, we're going to need you to speak almost like you're yelling for a brief moment. So there is audio. This is being projected as a webinar and being recorded. So there are speakers along the way. So it's all important for everyone if when you speak, to the best of your ability, if you speak up. So there's a lot to do. We're getting started on time, and I want to turn it over to Hillary.
Good morning, everybody. My name is again Hillary Heil, and I'm the facilitator. I know nothing about CP, and that's the idea, that I'm just focused on process. So I'm not going to get derailed by content. You may all have to help me. I may bumble up some words, and just bear with me. But that's actually very intentional, and Paul will speak to that later. I'm going to have you all jump in right away to something to get to know each other. And what I'd like you to do is find someone you don't know here, okay? And you're going to be in a dyad, 2 of you together, all right? And I want you to ask each other, what's the name, what's the hometown that you're from, and then the question for everyone is, what motivates you to be here? What motivated you to join up and go through this long process with Research CP and finally come to this workshop? What's your motivation in being here? So just so you know, this is an exercise in really listening, because then you're going to introduce not yourself, but the other person to the whole group. Okay? You got that? So that you have to really listen to get that. And you're only going to have 30 seconds. Name, hometown, what motivates you, what motivates your partner to be here. Okay? That's what we're really getting at. Think of your heart-based motivation. What really got you to get through all this that it takes to show up? As Woody Allen used to say, 80% of life is showing up. And you're all here. It took a lot of effort. So, everyone clear on the direction? Anybody need a partner? Can you locate someone you don't know? Okay, are you ready?
You're going to have just about 30 seconds to introduce your partner, all right?
So if everyone else would just listen up, that's your job. Okay, we're going to get to norms later, but please turn off your cell phones if they are on, so that you're not bothered by that. If you have to be able to take a call, have it on vibrate, and please take it outside. So I'm going to start in the back there. I don't know your name, but right in the middle. Would you introduce your partner, please? Name, hometown, and what motivates that person to be here?
She's from Pennsylvania. I forgot her name already, but I make my kids wear name tags, so don't hold me. Nancy. From Pennsylvania, and what motivates Nancy is the struggles with someone with cerebral palsy and what she has to go through just to get her needs met and just the incredible barriers that exist for her.
Thank you. Could you introduce her, please?
This is Claudia. I'm going to have to look at her name tag. And I have to mention Andrade. And her stepdaughter is what motivates her. Adopted daughter, from California.
Yeah.
From California, and although...
Could you speak up just a little? I'm sorry. I'll be reminding people of that.
Justice would be about the way to go about it and how people with disabilities are treated.
Thank you. Okay, let's go this way. The next duo over here, please.
I'll stand because
Thank
nothing
you.
happened I do with we were on it. I was Dodie for 20 years, so I couldn't say anything about it. This is Wade Schrade, wave your hand, who is a pediatric orthopedist and a father of...
Again, if you speak up.
Everyone's going to need to really project.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And that's okay. That's what I was doing earlier.
Wade is from Jackson, Mississippi. He's a pediatric orthopedist, motivated in part to go into that because he has 2 children with CP. And I think we agreed that we're both here because we really don't have any idea of how to really go ahead and make CP better. How do we do this job is how I'm summarizing that motivation for him as parent.
Thank you.
So, Michael Partington, again, we kind of got forced together. We actually had met somewhat before, to be honest with everybody, obviously. He is a pediatric neurosurgeon at Gillette in St. Paul. And again, his motivation for being here is the amazing work that he does with kids and just knowing that we don't have the right answers for how we're taking care of these patients. So.
Okay, thank you. Next duo down here. And if you're comfortable standing up, it does help in this setting. I'm sorry we don't have a mic. It's just the way it is.
So this is Patrick, and he's from Hamilton, Ontario. He's a PhD candidate, and he's studying cardiac risk factors in adults to better understand, and he wants to come here today to better understand how to advance that agenda, because that obviously is a huge issue.
And this is Dodie. She's a pediatric neurosurgeon at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, and she's here. She does some interventional research, and I think she's trying to get a better sense of parent and patient perspectives to help inform research.
Thank you. All right, let's go over here just to keep you alive so that you don't get thinking, oh, I don't have to worry about this for a while. This is Teresa Moulton. She is a physical therapist from Chicago here, and the reason she wanted to come is that she wants to learn how to better treat, if we can, through this kind of an effort, better treat children through physical therapy, children who have CP.
And this is Susan Horn. You guys probably all met her already on the webinar, and she's here because she's an integral part of the project and that works at the Data Coordination Center out in Salt Lake City.
All right, thank you. In the corner? No, not in the back, right there. Excuse me. Yes. There you go.
I didn't do the assignment right. So I just listened to Teresa and Susan. So I can introduce them, but I don't think I can introduce anyone else.
Can anyone introduce you? Does anyone know him to introduce him? There you go. Thank you. Rich Stevenson is from the University of Virginia. He's a developmental psychologist and has been working we've been working together for more than 10 years. A little louder, please, Susan. We've been working together for more than 10 years to try to be able to get going projects like we're going to be talking about today in the research agenda for cerebral palsy, to try to figure out what works best for whom. Okay, thank you. All right. This is June, and she's from Los Angeles, and she's been advocating for these issues for many decades, and particularly aging with CP, and she feels that this is really the first attempt to be very focused and have a collaborative effort, so she's really looking forward to that. Thank you.
And this is Jan McGee. She's a 17-year-old son, Wesley, and she's really concerned about his quality of life and is hoping that the outcomes of the kind of research endeavors that may stem from this will help with that quality.
Thank you. Okay?
This is Deborah Hirsch from Vermont, and she is motivated by being a child neurologist, and she also works for the University of Vermont.
Thank you.
So this is Danielle Tinsley. Danielle's from Aberdeen, Maryland, and she has a beautiful 15-year-old daughter with quadriplegic CP, and she's very interested in helping find the best treatments for her.
Thank you. Okay, then let's jump back over here, please. Next one's on this side.
This is Ed, and Ed is from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and he has been in the research arena for the past 30 years. Started working with kids with CP, now is working with adults with CP in physical medicine and rehab.
Great. And this is Amanda Beckmeyers from Cincinnati, who is motivated by her 4-year-old daughter, Briley, who has cerebral palsy. She's Dr. Margaret Adams there, and wanted to come here to talk more about cerebral palsy.
Next, over on this side.
First name. Yeah. Well, this is Jacob. He's a fellow Midwesterner who jumped ship and went out to the beautiful state of Utah, Salt Lake City, and he is involved in managing the Data Coordinating Center for the Research Network.
Well, this is Jim Blackman. He's the medical director for CP Alliance.
Research Foundation.
Oh, CP Foundation, and he's a developmental pediatrician who practiced and did research for many years at the University of Virginia.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. I'd like to introduce Yuni Ryan Marayan, and he's from Toronto, and he is a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. And his motivation in being here is to help children, patients with cerebral palsy, and to know what can make a difference for them.
And this is Amy Whitehead, who's from Madison, Wisconsin. So she just drove here. She's a parent advocate and had a son with cerebral palsy, and is here motivated by the mismatch between the recommendations that she received and the outcomes that she was expecting.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm introducing Diane Damiano, who's at the University of Maryland and NIH. She is a physical therapist and now PhD and researcher who is trying to understand more about cerebral palsy, and she's here because she wants to make a difference and to listen to families and get their input.
Morning, this is Maria Stanley. She's the medical director of the Huseman Center in Madison, Wisconsin. And she's motivated. She got connected to this group through the CP Toolkit, one of the CP Toolkit, and now she is very energized by this group and really wants to learn as much as she can about taking care of patients with CP.
Thank you. Also, I'm just going to mention to everybody, if you cannot hear, please do speak up, okay? And say, I can't hear, or raise your hand or something. We're all going to have to, I realize I'm going to be hoarse by the end of 3 days, but we're all adjusting to this room. So please do speak up if you cannot hear. Over on this side, please.
Over here.
Oh.
Sorry. This is Amanda, and she is from New York, New York. She is an occupational therapist, and she has a brother with CP, and she's doing her dissertation on research for cerebral palsy.
This is Mary Kay. She's from Charlotte, North Carolina. She has a 19-year-old daughter with CP, and that's the motivation for her to be here.
Thank you. Next.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce Amber Foreman. She originally hails from Buffalo, New York, but is currently in San Antonio, Texas. She's a occupational therapist. She also has cerebral palsy, so she's motivated because she's got both sides of the fence to rely on and to provide us information to make things better.
This is Deborah Gabriel. She's the director at the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab. Chicago, and she is motivated because she works with CP babies and has a long life commitment to helping people with cerebral palsy.
All right, thank you. Now, to keep you on your toes, I'm going to come down on this end.
So this is Ruthie Thomas. She's from Denver, Colorado, where she works at Children's Hospital. She is a neuroscientist and also a pediatric physiatrist. And she's in her last year of training, and she's here to try to get everyone's perspective and understand at this impressionable stage of her career how she can best make a difference.
All right. This is Michael Kruer, who hails from Phoenix, Arizona. He is a pediatric neurologist who runs their clinical CP program, and he does basic science research looking at the genetics of CP and wants to know if his work is actually relevant in making changes in the lives of the patients.
That's dangerous.
Hey, let's go over here.
Come closer, you don't want to.
I'm probably going to say your last name right. That's Michelle Carrillo. Okay, she's from New Jersey, and she's motivated to be here because she has a beautiful 9-year-old daughter with CP, and she wants to continue to be able to make the best possible decisions for her care and just become a more informed parent.
Who's here? Thank you. You got to speak up again.
This is Michelle Carrillo. She's from New Jersey, and she's here on behalf of her daughter, who's 9 years old, and she has cerebral palsy, and she wants to be able to make better informed decisions for her daughter's care and learn what's going on with the disease and the progress that's being made towards helping people.
Thank you. This is Deb Black. She's here to support her friend Russell. They come from Portland, Texas, and they took a train here, and it took them 24 hours.
Anyway, do not ride Amtrak.
Thank you.
This is Melissa, and she comes from Montreal, Canada, and she has a beautiful 18-month-old daughter who I had a chance to meet who's very engaging with spastic quadriplegia, and she's interested in finding out and seeking out the best care for her daughter, both now and across her lifespan.
Hi everyone, she's Lisa. She's a parent of a 13-year little boy. He had an older sister, and he had dysplasia, but he had a radicectomy, so now he's walking around and he's trying, and he was, I think he was very involved in his treatment, and you're also a little bit, yes. I'm really a bit shy. I know that. I'm going to go She's also a physical therapist, not for her son, but for people who have neurologic problems, adults, I think. And she's here because she wants to be engaged in the subject of aging and things that her son.
Hey, thank you. Russ, I think that we missed you.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce Paul Rose. He is from Seattle area of this town. He is the founder of CP Research, where it's now. CP Research Network. And he's here because he wants to organize things.
This is Russ Thompson. Russ is here with Deb from Grand Prairie, Texas. Boy, if I'm not loud enough, we're in trouble. Thank you. Grand Prairie, Texas. He's here because he's very motivated to advocate for the lack of research for adults. I think here is a common. So.
Great. Thank you. Okay, back over here.
Okay.
We're closing in.
Closing in. So I have the benefit of introducing Michelle Schusterman, who's probably known to almost everyone in this room. Michelle is from Greenville, South Carolina. She helped organize all of this. And she thinks it makes the most sense to begin with an understanding of what the community finds meaningful in terms of research and what people with CP are looking for to have change in their lives.
This is Sandy Saavedra, and I didn't realize until we started talking that I had emailed with her quite a bit before. She is from the University of Hartford and Newington, Connecticut is where you live. And she would like to expand the breadth and depth of research that she is doing on school serving.
Thank you.
Yes. So my name is, I'm introducing Christina, who comes to us from Stockton, California, and her sole motivation for being here is what she said, a very smart, sarcastic young man who has cerebral palsy. He's 8 years old, and he wants to be very active, and he uses a walker and a wheelchair, and so she's very excited to be here. Thank you.
And this is Miss Percy, and she's from Hazelwood, Minnesota, who's now in Seattle, Washington. She is
Wow,
that's never.
Hey, I'll mention one little cue. My mother was an actress. If you look at the person farthest away and focus on that person, it helps with nervousness and it helps with projection.
Usually have neither of those things. So, well, anyways, so this is Christy. She's from Hazelwood, Minnesota. She lives in Seattle, Washington now. She's a physical therapist and also a researcher. And she wants better information for parents and their families. And she doesn't like that amendment that's there. So basically you're told it works, but there's nothing behind it proving that it's there. And that's what motivates her to be here today.
Thank you. On the side, or
I forgot to say that Sandy's a PT.
Thank you. Okay, back here.
This is Amanda Lay from Rockville, Maryland. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
This is Amanda Lay from Rockville, Maryland, and she wants to be part of this group to contribute and learn about new information and new opportunities and new treatments for cerebral palsy. But she's almost 40 and there have been a lot of medical advances, so she wants to learn about those advances, and also she wants to meet other people.
Thank you. This is Puna from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. She's a parent of a son with CP, and she wants to connect with people and contribute information and learn new information about how she can provide opportunities and information for our son. And she's pleased to be here. And this is my mom, Diantha. Diantha is currently living in Washington, in the Washington, D.C. area, and she's an educator in a school, and also she advocates for children and advocates for me, Amanda.
Thank you.
Good morning. Sitting to my right, to my left is, I don't know left and right, but I do work with kids. This is Kathy, and she is here to learn and to give her perspective, and she's motivated by her struggles. Oh, and they're from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Sorry. I thought she was, okay. I'm sorry, I did the wrong one. Okay, sorry, I blew it. This is April, who works with REM, and she's from La Crosse, Wisconsin, and she's here to learn how to better support clients that she works with. Sorry, you can introduce her again.
This is Kathy Pink. She is from La Crosse. She lives in a group home. She is here to learn more and be able to take back information to her other housemates that have cerebral palsy.
Thank you. Is there anybody left who has not been in? Okay. Thank you. Let's go. Yeah, fine.
Danny Miller. He is from the Bay Area. He's here as a parent advocate. He has 2 children.
Speak up a little more, please.
He's a parent advocate. He has 2 children, age 5 and 4, with CP. So he's here to help facilitate research to improve their quality of life.
And this is Sheila Burt. She's a grant writer for the Shirley Ryan Lab. I believe she works with Ms. Gabler. She is here at Paul's request to work on a paper and help out, I think, with facilitate and write a paper for research purposes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Anybody else in the background that we've missed? Okay. Thank you all very much. And I have to say I'm very honored and moved to be here in this tremendous partnership. It's really very unusual to see such a combination of people living with CP and their parents or friends, clinicians and researchers coming together in such a patient-centered way. I'm really excited and honored to be here. We're going to go over the agenda in a moment, but I'm just going to move it ahead. This is kind of just getting us all on the same page by having people, the planning team that's worked arduously in putting this together with you and for you, is going to talk about the steps that have been accomplished so far in Research CP. This is the culmination kind of it. There's been many steps along the way, as you know. So I'm going to hand that over to Paul, who's going to start and as a project lead, and planning team members will introduce themselves shortly. You've heard from all of them a little bit.
Yeah, I have a minute, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I am Paul Groth, as we've said, and the one thing that I didn't talk about with Russ in doing the introductions is I have a 12-year-old boy who's got spastic diplegia, born prematurely, and I've gotten very involved as a result of 2 of his neurological conditions. One is hydrocephalus, the other is CP, in clinical research. And through my first effort in building a clinical research network, partnered with a neurosurgeon, I was the only parent representative. I eventually got that group to sort of connect very deeply with the largest patient advocacy organization. But when I started the CP Research Network, I really wanted for it to be patient-centric from the very beginning. And so as a parent, I was founding it. Very early on, I connected with Michelle. We already knew each other to really bring in a deep community connection. And we all agreed a year and a half ago in this hotel with a leadership team, many of whom are here. Type C leader, hands, not the planning team, but the leadership team from CPRN. If you could put up their hands. So these are all people that meet by phone largely. And we've all agreed that it was absolutely critical that we were doing patient-centered research. And so that's why I'm here. I'd like to hand it off to the next member of the planning team, Michelle.
Okay. So I should stand up, but I don't want to stand up. Okay. For those of you I haven't met personally yet, I'm Michelle Schusterman, and I haven't mentioned that really the reason I got started in advocacy and running an organization is because I have a 10-year-old daughter, Lily, who has cerebral palsy. She has a mixed form of CP that affects her whole body. So she is a full-time wheelchair user. And she would get very upset if she heard me say that and not say other things about her personality. So she has an incredible sense of humor, and she's very sassy, like her mom. So this is very exciting for me. I feel so tremendously honored. It's very emotional for me to see all of you here. And I just want to thank you. A lot of you have gone to great lengths to be able to come here. And for CP Now, it's a very young organization, but one that follows some work that I've been doing on a website called CP Daily Living.
Michelle, excuse me, can we come back to about CP now? We're just doing introductions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one minute.
Got it.
I'm sorry, but the Gestapo on time.
Good.
Okay. Next planning team member, please.
I'm Jacob Keene. I'm a speech language pathologist by background and have worked in neurorehabilitation for a number of years. I joined the CPRN team 2 years ago this coming August, and the principal investigator for the Data Coordinating Center for CPRN in Salt Lake City. I have been impressed by the direction of this community and really look forward to our time over the next few days exchanging ideas and hashing out this research agenda.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ed Hurwitz from the University of Michigan. I'm a pediatric rehabilitation specialist. I've been working with children with various disabilities, mostly cerebral palsy, for about the past 30 years. I am a parent of a child with disability, not cerebral palsy, but I've been very motivated to work with children with cerebral palsy because I've just found them very fascinating, as well as their families very fascinating. And as the years have gone by, I noticed this very interesting thing, that my patients got older even though I did not. And I've got very interested in the problems and the health issues of adults with cerebral palsy over the past several years and have been working in that area.
Thank you. Susan?
I'm a statistician by training, and then went to Johns Hopkins and worked there for 24 years trying to look at patients in the actual practice of care rather than a limited, restricted type of study design. In order to be able to continue that work, I moved to Salt Lake City many years ago and started doing studies in all different clinical areas to discover what works best for whom. Cerebral palsy has been an area that I've always wanted to work more in because I've done things in other brain injury like stroke and traumatic brain injury, and so that's why we're trying to bring those techniques to this area at this point in time. And thrilled to be working with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Paul's going to mention one missing planning team member, and she'll introduce herself tomorrow, too.
So two of our planning team members had to sort of swap, so Dr. Hurwitz will be leaving this evening, and this evening arriving will be Amy Bales, who's a PT, PhD at Cincinnati Children's. And I just have to say to all of the planning team who I drew into this, that they've all volunteered their time, and I said, oh,
Okay. All right, Michelle, now I'm going to pick up where I left off. CP Now.
Yes. So CP Now is the evolution of work I started with a website called CP Daily Living. I began with this idea that I just wanted to create a little blog. And I was I've heard from so many of you. Feedback?
I've got to mute this again. I apologize.
Forget me being nervous about speaking.
Can you hit mute on, somebody hit mute on that? I apologize. That's the wrong thing.
Okay. All right. So I kept hearing the same kinds of stories from families and from adults with CP about what they were facing and trying to just negotiate their daily life and making decisions about treatments. And some of these treatment decisions are not to be taken lightly. I've listened to parents cry that are very strong because they just don't know how to proceed.
So this work and what we're doing here is so important to me because I think it's the next step that really makes sense, and it's a critical step to understand what is important to this community. What do our researchers, some of you clinicians, need to know, and what can you tell us about how to move forward? And this is going to help CP now in advancing our goals. We're focused on optimizing the health, wellness, and participation of people with CP. And funding research and supporting research is one facet of what we're focused on. And this is going to be our entry, our formal entry into the research landscape. Great, thanks. Paul?
Okay, so we talked a bit about CPRN, or the Cerebral Palsy Research Network, and from the webinar, so I'm going to move somewhat quickly as just a refresher. So our mission is to improve outcomes. We originally talked about treatments and outcomes, but as Woody pointed out, it is very like if you improve the treatments, the outcomes improve. Focus on the outcomes. And then it's for people, for things that people with cerebral palsy value. And that is placing the community at the center of our efforts and not just doing things that are interesting research questions, but doing things that the community really cares about the outcome. And so for the orthopedic surgeon, they can have success getting the hip joint more in the socket, but the question for the person who had the surgery is, do I have less pain? Can I walk better? And things like that. And it's really shifting. It's a big focus change. And we're doing that through high-quality research, which really has to be multi-center for a condition like cerebral palsy. And through quality initiatives, which is just another way, another methodology to improve outcomes. So what is it? That's one of the things people say, yes, but what is it? It's a collaborative network. It's a group of institutions, clinicians, therapists, researchers, patient advocates, people from the community that have agreed to collaborate to improve research. So it is a data coordinating center. Jacob King mentioned that he is the principal investigator or the PI of the data coordinating center. It's hosted at the University of Utah. And that is where the database that is the registry sits. And so the registry is a clinical registry, and it captures data about patient visits to doctors and hospitals and clinicians, and it captures patient characteristics entered by clinicians, interventions entered by clinicians, and outcomes entered by patients that have had interventions or surgeries or medical interventions. So it's a clinical registry at its core, but there is also a thing we call the community registry, which is entered by those of you from the community. It is about patient-reported outcomes and other surveys that we can do out to the community. Those are two founding core research projects of CPRN. So it is, clinically, it is 18 centers spread across North America. We have one in Canada at Fit Kids, and we are starting now to take on other centers. So we've had a lot of interest for a long time. Our most recent center added was with Dr. Kruer and Phoenix Children's, but I have many other centers that are very actively pursuing the fairly high bar that we have for a center to become. Dr. Lee Trader has asked me about it recently as well. So the status of this effort that is actually now about 2.5 years old is we have 5 sites that are actually collecting data. The lead site is Nationwide Children's Hospital, and I realize I have not seen Dr. Gary Norris yet, so not sure if he's running the travel challenges. They collect the data in the way we want to collect data in the long run, which is through the electronic medical record. So the clinician does their interaction with the patient, and there is no duplicate data entry to get the data that goes into the registry. But we also have several sites that are collecting through a web interface, and that's the winner for research, and that is called RedCap. And Christy Bjornson's here from Seattle Children's. They actually have put in a lot of records. I actually see Neil, her clinical research assistant, is on the line, and they've put in over 50 records. I think Nationwide has put in about 600 already. And so as more sites come online, the registry will get large quickly. And then you see a list of other sites that are very actively pursuing the work to get the registry up and running. They have what's called an institutional review board approval for the registry, which is a very important hurdle for them to get to from a regulatory perspective. But you're going to just see this effort grow. And then the patient-reported outcomes registry is so close to launching. We have an IRB request in that we think will be approved shortly. We have an initial set of surveys for adults about pain and about social and emotional issues. And then we will launch after that pediatric instruments and questionnaires. We have a community advisory committee, and we have a number of members here. So if you're on the CPRN Community Advisory Committee, could you raise your hand? June?
CPRN Advisory.
There's Michelle. I know other Michelle. Christina. Anybody else that's on the CPRN? Anyway, so it's about 25 people from the community across pediatrics and adults that we go to involve in studies, to review our strategy with, and to invite to meetings such as this. So, and I'll be done in 1 minute. And so a couple other items of status. The Data Coordinating Center is funded to create and manage the registry, but we are seeking grants to fund our research. PCORI, Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, funded the majority of this workshop to bring you all together because they're very focused on the type of research that we're trying to do. And then the registries are intended to support future studies. They are studies unto themselves, but they will really provide preliminary data, which is critical for having a research study well funded. And then the agenda that comes out of this process, it is going to drive what CPRN focuses its research efforts on. So this effort is going to directly lead to prioritizing research that we do. And that capability that we have to be a network, we've already seen from first draft applications, is very highly valued. So that is the status of CPRN, and Michelle already spoke.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next person we're going to hear from is Susan, who's going to refresh our memories about the webinars, which I believe you almost all attended. So, if not all. Thank you. Now, Paul has described, of course, the purpose again to you. However, what the webinars were supposed to do is to give you a background of the definitions and the kinds of methods that we plan to use during this session that we're now finally at, this workshop. So we started out after the introductory session with a session on comparative effectiveness research and how that research differs from what had been going on for years before this. The main focus of research was on looking at randomized controlled trial type findings, which had limited data sets that were being looked at, a limited patient group, and a limited set of treatments. Whereas our effort in comparative effectiveness research is to look much more broadly at a whole spectrum of patients so that every patient with a condition would be participating, and also look at the multiple treatments that are done, because there's not really a silver bullet that everybody is going to respond to. There are many different things that different people respond to. So we try to describe that different kind of research approach that CPRN is using to develop their registry. We also had a seminar on quality improvement methods that Amy Bales gave. And the quality improvement focuses on how to improve safety, how to improve effectiveness, how to improve patient-centeredness, how to improve timeliness, efficiency, and equity. So there's specific things that they do in quality improvement that where you know something should be done, like you want to decrease the infection rate, and then you try to figure out methods to be able to get it to decrease within a specific amount of time. So Amy described those types of techniques. Finally, Jacob described patient-centered outcomes research and the fact that the questions have now changed. He just emphasized again that instead of focusing on things that were of interest to researchers only, we start focusing on what are the questions that really the people that have that condition want to see improved and what are the issues that are most important to them. That will then increase the relevance of the research that's done, improve the uptake of the research, and improve the likelihood that we actually will improve outcomes for people. So make a big difference. And as Paul just described, all of this is going to be then applied with the CPRN, the Cerebral Palsy Research Network, where we're starting to put together data to be able to address these kinds of issues. So we want from all of you here, what are the most important things? What are our priorities that we should have in terms of using those data to discover what is best for specific types of patients with cerebral palsy? Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. And now Jacob's going to speak and remind us all about the co-digital process you all are a part of.
So co-digital was the software that we used that was web-based to collect the ideas for research. After the ideas were collected, they were presented back to us 2 at a time as pairs, if you remember, and you had to vote on which of the pair was the idea to go with from your perspective. We in this room and participants on the phone and the community very broadly went through this idea generation process and this voting process, and 392 ideas were submitted as a part of this. One of the benefits of the co-digital software is that it has a software algorithm that picks different pairs to vote on and administers those to different participants. Otherwise, it would be thousands and thousands of votes to compare all of the set of the 392 ideas. Co-digital then uses the voting to come up with a ranking of the ideas. And it isn't the case that everyone has to vote on each idea. As a group, the software balances the votes and the ideas in order to come up with a ranking. And this is a process that streamlined the work, but gave every idea an equal chance of being voted on and promoted to the top. Once the ideas were voted on, they were sometimes edited for clarity. There was a process you may remember where we went in and were able to ask questions or clarify or combine different ideas. And the cycle of editing and voting continued until the rankings were finalized. And then we ended up with a smaller subset of ideas that we took forward.
And one of the benefits, as I recall, of co-digital was in terms of the outcome of this workshop of producing a credible research agenda, it increased the numbers of participation. Because how many was it? 175 people, I think. Is that right? Participating in co-digital, roughly. So, and only 40 or so could come to the workshop. So that was another piece of it. Thank you, Zagasha. Okay, Michelle and Ed, the next thing is the whole selection of participants for this workshop. As I just mentioned, not everyone could come who wanted to come. So let's talk about that.
Yes, our applicant selection process, I'm going to focus on the consumer applicants. First, we looked at our pediatric and adult groups separately, and with our adult pool, we looked at engagement scores. So how many webinars did people watch? What was their participation like in co-digital? And then we looked at creating diversity across GMFCS levels or mobility so that we had a diversity of experiences that would be represented. We tried to balance self-advocates with parent advocates, and then we also looked at other variables, such as gender. We actually had a shortage of male applicants, which I thought was interesting. We looked at co-occurring conditions and unique backgrounds in geography, as well as race and ethnicity. Where we had a close ranking set of applicants, we also considered whether they were a member of a CPRN panel. So we did something very similar for our pediatric group, and for our pediatric group, it was interesting. Some of our highest ranking applicants were actually international applicants outside of North America, and unfortunately we couldn't invite them. So that's how we came to select all of you.
For the professional group, we went through a similar process of looking at engagement. And then we went through a process of diversity, but the kind of diversity we focused on was professional diversity. We wanted to make sure we had some orthopedic surgeons, some neurosurgeons, some pediatrists, some pediatricians, physical therapists, occupational therapists, all the various disciplines would be represented, and we had a few people from each discipline. Then, when we had all of that, we looked a little bit at the impact of your work. So we wanted to have people whose work would be impactful so that they would come to the seminar and bring that experience. And then we also wanted to bring in some junior people. So we have a few people here that are very junior in their work. We have researchers, we have folks that are clinicians, and that's what we looked at. I just want to tell everybody that we have a great diversity of experience, and we have some of the top people in the field here. We have 3 people here who either hold or have held the title of President of the American Academy of Cerebral Palsy and Developmental Medicine, people who speak internationally, do great research. And I want to tell the professionals that we have some of the top parents in the world right here in the room as well, who take care of really, really wonderful kids. And we did cheat with some of you that are kind of both, so we could get all the numbers together. So that's how we made the decision.
All right, thank you very much. Paul's going to spend some time catching you up on the piece you know the least about, and that was the synthesizing of these research ideas generated by CoDigital, by you all and others on CoDigital. So he's going to talk about that and introduce some of the terms we're going to use for the purpose of this workshop as well.
But before I do that, while I was sitting in the airport yesterday, I decided it'd be nice to make a map of where you're all from. So this is everybody. And we did our best to sort of spread it out, and I think it's quite amazing. So,
quintessential Paul, right there.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the roots of research CP, and then go into the process after what's been described. So there was an NIH workshop entitled The State of Science and Treatment in CP in November 2014, and in fact, Diane Damiano, Deborah Hertz were both key organizers in that conference. Susan Horn spoke there, Rich Stevens. In fact, if you were at that conference, please raise your hand, because there were a lot of both patient advocates as well. So that gives you an idea of some continuity. Out of that came 5 key focus areas. To start a national registry for CP. To pursue comparative effectiveness research. To increase the study of adults with CP. And I'm looking at Russ because he said that he wanted to advocate for that, so I wanted to know that he's being heard. To bring more young clinicians and clinician scientists into the field, and then to advance basic and translational science for cerebral palsy. So those are the 5 things. They were published in the paper in Neurology. CPRN was founded to do the first 4. Started out with the first one. This was like a snowball, and we approached Rich Stevenson and Diane Damiano, who had responsibility for the comparative effectiveness research, and kind of drew them in, and then Mary Gennady and Denny Thorpe to approach the study of adults. And then we just know that the capability we're building is a great training ground for young clinician scientists. Patient-centered, as we said from the outset, and really absolutely critical to this is Michelle Schusterman, who is our Director of Patient Engagement or Community Engagement. And so Michelle, I'm a parent of a child, and I forget to talk about it at times. I'm like La Machine, and so just take me with a grain of salt. Whereas Michelle, a lot of heart and connects with people really well, and she's just done a great job bringing in our community. So we partnered to apply to PCORI for this funding opportunity, which is called the Eugene Washington Engagement Awards, to put on exactly this type of workshop. So that's how researchcp came to be, and fundamentally, I wanted to do this so that CPRN would have a research agenda, but PCORI pushed us to say, no, you need to make this a research community for the whole, everybody is interested in researching, which was a great change, and that's what made us really open it up. This is broadcast to the public. It was a key change. So how did we get, what happened, what was the making of sausage to get from the webinars to the workshop? So as you've heard, the webinars really provided context and an idea of the capability of clinical research and what we could do. And CoDigital, as Jacob described, really allowed us to engage virtually a very broad audience. And I will tell you, the people that run the CoDigital platform, which is out of Ireland, said they've never had anything with as high engagement as we had. So hats off to all of you. There were people, I was worried about Dr. Hurwitz being able to do his day job because he was trying to keep his ideas. We started with 2 questions. One which was a research question, like what do you think are the most important research questions? And that was really intended to speak to the clinical research community. And we were worried that might, thinking about that might be a little bit intimidating to the CP community. So we created a second one, which was what improvements do you want to see? What do you want to see change about care and treatment? Which was really intended to make it so that all you had to be able to say is, I want this to be better, and that could be an idea leading to research. So what the voting mechanism did was really allow us to solidify, to both rank and to solidify what were the top ideas, what were the top research ideas. But one of the things that we noticed is if an idea was not broad in its appeal, it got voted off the island very quickly once we got further in, because you go in and it would be, well, yeah, no, I like this one. You do these comparisons, and there were some that are in some ways a little bit like motherhood and apple pie. They're so broad, who could say no to that? And when you're comparing it to a narrow, probably well-defined thing, got voted off. So we took that deeply into consideration. Many ideas were duplicated. I'm sure as you were doing comparisons, you're like, not sure that, didn't I just vote on that one? There were similarities. And we got broad engagement from really, I looked at the engagement numbers by clinicians versus the community, and within the community, pediatric, parents, caregivers versus adults, and it was really very diverse, which is really great. It really makes the results more valid. But we generated 392 ideas. And so the planning team said, okay, let's go to the next step. We were originally saying we were to come out with a second round, and we refer to these as research ideas in defined terms, but this list was not only not actionable, there was no way to take it in. It was so big, it would cover all the walls in the room. So we thought about it, we said, these are really research ideas, and I'm going to talk about the terms that we're defining for the purpose of this workshop to give context to what we've done and where we're going. And so it's really a continuum to get to conducting research. Jim, did you have a question?
Yeah, please go on. Could you just talk for 1 second about how did the editing process work in CoDigital? Like, some of us would submit edits, but I never understood what kind of black hole that went into, because sometimes you imagine, oh, you were accepted, good job, and sometimes you got.
It's a great question. For people who liked getting the badges of honor, it was like a little side detour. But the bottom line was, if you saw any idea and you thought it could be improved in its wording, you could edit it. And once that was edited, in addition to everyone being offered an opportunity to rate ideas for rank, you could rate edits. And those you had an option to click to say, it would say, there's more to do. You want to approve these. And if you did that, you got a chance to compare them. And then basically it would select the edited version that got the most votes. Okay. So we're defining a research idea as a broad, but not yet well-defined topic area that discusses an interesting problem that needs solving. Very broad. It's not like, you're not going to find these in the handbook of clinical research or anything like that. That's how we're defining it. And that's really how we characterize most of what we saw in CoDigital. We created themes, and I'm going to talk about these, which was just finding commonality among the ideas. We were basically saying, how can we provide some structure, still maintain the ranking, but so that we can figure out a way to look at that. So it was just basically trying to say, what is this about? And giving a name to what it's about, putting it in a bucket or a category, and then seeing how many things we had in the bucket. It was a much easier way to find things that were duplicative, was if you figured out what it was about, and then you could just look at 10 things as opposed to, I think, number 2 and 18, and it just became really hard. So the themes were a great organizing concept. And what we hope to do in the breakouts today is to refine these ideas more. What we will do on today is refine these to be not quite specific research questions, which I'll define in a moment, but make them concepts, solidify them more, start to think about specifically who are we talking about. Like sometimes just doing generalities will not work, although it can be appealing. Really getting into what is the population, what are we talking about studying? Is it an intervention? Is it an exercise program? And what are the outcomes that we care about to measure for this? So the idea is to get some more clarity on that so that these concepts can then drive the generation of research questions, things that are really scientifically sound questions that we can generate hypotheses for and about specific outcomes that can be used to write grant applications, create protocols, which is how you're going to study this thing, and actually go to granting agencies and conduct this research. So themes are just an organizing principle, but we created research ideas or ideas. We're going to move them to concepts. After research CP is done, CPRN and other researchers will take this prioritized list of concepts and use it to generate ideas. And they will reference this paper as a way to say, this is what the community wants, because we're going to have this well-documented process that describes how we arrived at this. And our level of engagement has, as I said, has been unprecedented. So the concept of deduping, or taking out the duplicates, is what led us to theming. And so we made this initial attempt, and we were collapsing way too many things, and so we were overgeneralizing. And so what we did was, Dr. Herbert actually came up with a preliminary list of themes just to get us started. And then we each took the spreadsheet and we said for the top 50 ranked ideas in each of the 2 questions, we went through and we said, let's look at these themes and see if one of these themes apply, or do we think it's another theme that was not created by Dr. Herbert? So we went through and I took all of those spreadsheets from all of us and put them together, and then we discussed them. We blinded whose idea it was, and we looked at what was the research idea about. And this was very revealing, very time-consuming. This was where I really underestimated how much volunteering our planning team would be doing. We looked at who was being included and what outcomes were being considered as important, and we tried, one of the things that Hillary tried to facilitate us on, and we all kept ourselves honest on, is, yes, but does it say that, or are you reading that in? We didn't want to read things into the ideas.
Yeah, I just want to add one point that I did review the entire list of 392 ideas to see if there was a major theme on the ideas that were under the 50 that we were missing. It was just me, but I did not feel that we were missing any major themes. I just wanted everybody to know that the entire list did get some review.
And badges on Co-Digital were not enough. We got many planning badges as well. And I greatly appreciate that every time I do it going further down the list. In looking at the outcomes, we used a well-known classification system called the International Classification of Functions. And when we reviewed the list, there was near 100% agreement. And like if this idea talked about an outcome, it was quite clear. So we didn't feel like that was an area where there was disagreement, but what themes things belonged in and what the idea was really getting at really took a line-by-line review of these 100. And in the process, we consolidated from 22 initial themes down to like 16 or 17, because we're like, oh, well, we're looking at comparative effectiveness of surgical interventions, but then really the physical therapies are interventions and they're medical interventions. We just collapsed them all and said, for now, we're going to look at all these things and organize them as comparative effectiveness of interventions. And that really helped us be able to look at ideas next to each other. So we went through, we did an extensive, probably between 5 and 10 hours of consensus on the phone. And this is just to show you, this is an example of the spreadsheet where we had we did it first by care and treatment and then by research, where we had the rank order, we had notes that we made along the way that we consolidated, we had the consensus theme, and then you can't see them all, but we had the blinded themes that everybody voted, and we highlighted the ones where there was disagreement. Any row where there was not agreement, we discussed it, and we went round robin, Ed, you defend this one now, and then Jacob, you defend this one, and then so that we would not have any one person who was particularly dominant and over-talkative, like dominating what the result was. That was not Ed, although he does speak up. So anyway, this is what it looked like. It was a very thorough process. So the themes really enabled us to both consolidate questions that were substantially similar and focus the effort for the workshops. So at the end of doing the consensus themes, we merged the two lists because we just didn't feel like we could work with two lists. And then we started coding the ranks as C-1 or R-1 for care treatment 1. So we maintained the ranks. We didn't say, a care treatment 1 that was ranked 1 was any higher. The two ones were both 1, but we put them in one list.
Just want to clarify that when Paul says we combine the list, that means the co-digital research side and the care and treatment side.
Yeah. So we took these were two tabs in the spreadsheet, we put them together, and then we sorted them by consensus theme, because everybody really, what's that? 2 minutes, okay. So there were 17 that were about advocacy and education, and they were quite literally things like doing legislative action, which people are very passionate about, but is not the goal of what we were planning to do here. And so our plan is to document them well and hand them off to the organizations that do advocacy and education. Similarly, there were 12 ideas that were about best practices. It was really about creating an assembly of the information that is known today about what are the best treatments. And we think that, for example, the Academy, AACPM, really needs to hear about what the community felt were the most important places to get a list of best practices. There were also several ideas in there that CPRN thinks it can tackle as part of a quality initiative. And so Amy Dales, who will be arriving tonight and heads up our quality initiative, is very excited to move some of those highly ranked items forward. I talked about the consolidation of ideas. Comparative effectiveness of interventions is just one example. All ideas will be discussed in the paper, all of these concepts. So even though we're going to discuss the top 20 today, so this is an example. So R2 is a consolidation of all of these research ideas from the different areas but they all are focused on best outcomes. And then we just noted in a note what are the other words that you would have picked up if you looked at one of these as a way to retain everything, but get it down to one question. And so what that resulted in is the top 20 ranked ideas. And that's what we're going to work on here today. It's not that ideas 20 through 40 are not important. It's just we can't process them all as a group and get them to research concepts. So they will be discussed. They will be referenceable from a paper perspective, but they're not going to be the ones we deal with in the workshop. We considered pulling underserved ideas forward, where we were looking at populations that were underserved, so adults can be underserved in terms of the amount of research. GMFCS 4s and 5s are very often underserved in terms of the amount of research. And as we looked at it, we decided that we could not justify bringing those forward, even though they may have been voted off the island because they apply not to every GMFCS level, because if we did that, we were making decisions that would violate the process where everyone voted. But we think it's going to be really important in these breakouts that these ideas are represented, so that almost every question refers to every GMFCS level, but it's about talking about the outcomes that are important to you and the constituents that you represent by being here. So the breakouts are going to move those 20 research ideas towards research concepts, and then the paper that we're writing, and Sheila Burt was introduced as our scientific writer. She's going to be documenting everything that happens today forward. The team is going to be documenting everything that happened leading up to this, and then the team will take that and use that to generate the paper. So, so today is largely facilitated by Hillary, who is a neutral third party. And so why? It's actually a pretty important skill to make sure everyone is heard, but especially the community members. So there's going to be a lot of work to make sure everyone is drawn out here. That's absolutely critical to having you all having flown here or driven here to be in that. To prevent unwanted digressions, it's really easy to get passionate about a topic and do the deep dive, but it's important to have someone say, hold on there, Bubba Louie, you need to come back and just stay on topic. And then Hillary has extensive process expertise. I found Hillary because she ran a process that was similar with clinicians, not with community, but for prioritizing pediatric emergency department research. And so she had a great experience in doing this. And so with that, I hand it back to Hillary.
Okay, I want to spend a little time on a few logistics. One is, if you have not already signed your photo release, please do so, and you can give it to Christina, who's right here, or Gavin, who's at the table. Okay? So we need those photo releases to be above board. Also, you'll notice that in your handouts on your breakout group participation this afternoon, they're coded by colors. So I'm going to pass around these. This is a little bit of also a way for you to get familiar with that system that we'll introduce more and more. And these are dots. For those of you who are visual and you want to remember what your color is, you can put it right on your page. Everyone know what I'm talking about? Have you located your paper on that?
An orientation to the handout.
That's to do that. Okay.
Because some of them are double-sided and some people don't believe they have it, but it's in there. It's double-sided.
Good point. Okay. We're going to back up one. Rather than the specifics, first we're going to orient you to what's in your folder.
So I will say that these were assembled by my 88-year-old mother, my 12-year-old son, and my 14-year-old daughter. Anything that's wrong is not my fault. They are double-sided. agenda should be first and should be, the agenda should be the first thing.
It doesn't say agenda on it, but it is the agenda.
Doesn't say that. On the back of the agenda is a cheat sheet from a presentation that Dr. Hurwitz is going to be doing. So we thought those would be useful slides from his presentation if we have to do your breakout.
Does everyone see this? This is on the back of your last page of the workshop agenda. It's the first 2 pages of your pamphlet. Okay, everyone see that? You following us? Okay, this is what he's calling a cheat sheet.
And the next page is entitled the top 20 ranked research ideas after consolidation. So this is after the process we went through. It's what we're bringing here today. This is just so you can see them in rank order. This was also sent to you, I do believe, as an attachment in the email. I tried to minimize the number of trees that I needed to kill to get here. And then following that, also double-sided, are the research questions divided up by color group. And those are going to be our breakouts. And what I really did was I took the 20 ranked ideas starting at the top and said black, blue, green, red, red, green, blue, black, and then did that until they were all parceled out. And then we added one idea, and so group blue has, everybody has 5 ideas. The blue group, their average rank is slightly higher than 10. All the other groups, they rank 10, so they got 1.
Everyone see this? This is this sheet that has the color coding on it of what research ideas will go into which group this afternoon.
There's a few people who don't have the red and green ones. Can you give us a copy?
I do have a few extra copies, and I'm going to call my children now. They were supposed to notice it. But
check on the folder.
Yeah, and in particular, since we have some personal care assistants who probably all got folders, and so there should be some extras, and there are a few extras over there. Then comes the contact list, which appears to be 3 pages, but on the back of the contact list is the all-important what group are you in. So it is organized alphabetically on one side, and then on the other side it's organized by color, so that people that have a color team can go back and look at their group. But this one that goes down the, whatever side this is, left side, that's the one that will help you figure out your color. And then the last thing is second to last thing is a floor plan, but you've already found your way here and you know where the bathrooms are. When we go to breakouts, they're the first 3 rooms after the restrooms on the right going out the door. And then the photo release.
So this is the piece I started talking about, which is which breakout group you're in, okay? So if you want a sticker, if that helps you to remember, I'm going to pass these around and help yourselves. Actually, black does not have a sticker. Right?
Black is yellow. I was going to call it in. I forgot to do that.
Okay. Black is yellow. That gets a little confusing. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay. While Paul is doing that, what I'd like to do is go over the agenda. Usually we start with going over an agenda, but we did it a little differently with this one. I want to go right to the objectives, because that's a key thing. Yes?
I just had a quick question. Are the slides going to be available after the meeting for people who have? Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Slides will be available afterwards as a printout. Okay, I'm going to read these aloud because I think we spent a lot of time coming up with these objectives. It's what we're going to accomplish in this workshop, okay? The first objective is that clinicians and researchers gain a better understanding of the biggest challenges of a broad range of those living with CP, as they're represented here, and that the clinicians and researchers share their sense of how research CP could make their work more meaningful, address some of their frustrations, that kind of thing. And we're going to do that by very focused sharing of all of these narratives. So 15 people all together, interspersed throughout this morning, are going to share the piece all of you are asked to do. Is a little, you responded to a specific question that Paul sent out to you. Do you remember? Paul and Michelle sent it out? Okay. That's what that's about, and this was Michelle's idea. She wanted to make sure we really brought in a more right brain part of what we're doing, because there's amazing stories here. So we want to do a little bit of sharing of that. The second objective is something Ed's going to do later this morning, to provide a very functional definition and basic training for all participants in how to translate these co-digital generated research ideas into a researchable concept. And again, that's an arbitrary language we've developed for this workshop, for those of you who are researchers. And this is on the continuum of getting it to a research question. We are not doing research questions today. We're just getting it moving more in that direction. All right? And Ed's going to provide that training. As he says, research made easy, sort of. The third objective is, this is sort of summarizing what Paul said, that the 20 highest ranked CP research ideas produced by approximately 175 people who participate in the co-digital platform, and then synthesized by the planning team, that they be first fully understood by everybody. We're going to spend some time on clarifying questions in the breakout groups. And then you all are actually going to work. So just be prepared for that. As Paul said to me, Hillary, this is not a conference, this is a workshop. Oh, I love the punctuation. All right. So in the afternoon, we're going to have these breakout groups to move these from research ideas to research concepts, according to a very clear method. And then tomorrow they're going to be prioritized, the research concepts. So we're going to do a process tomorrow. That will produce a credible research agenda for CP, patient-centered, driven by this incredible partnership process that Research CP represents. Again, it's a credible research agenda. They are not research questions yet as a result of this workshop. And then number 4 is about the paper Paul's been referring to. Through a proportionally representative group of those living and working in the field of CP at this workshop, we're going to, by this workshop, complete the final steps of work necessary to produce a high-level paper, some people call it a white paper, regarding this process of how this happened, pros and cons of it, because we certainly stumbled on some cons, experienced them, the questions that were generated, the byproducts, and sub-themes that emerged in creating this CP research agenda. All right, pretty clear to everybody? Okay, I spent a little time on that just to make, you'll see the agenda flows entirely from that, and I referred to that a little bit. One thing I want to do as a facilitator now is move to establishing norms of participation, so this will be inclusive. As Paul mentioned, we've structured things in both in the morning, but particularly this afternoon in a way where you have to participate. In fact, you have to go out of your way not to participate. So it's going to be, you can pass, but it will be what we call structured go-rounds in participation, so that we're really making sure no one person dominates. We've got tight times on things so that everyone has equal air time, radio time as someone calls it. So we've gone out of our way to do that. Likewise, we want to make sure we have norms that address everything to make this both safe, participatory, what you need to feel comfortable as a participant here. I did a few, and frankly, these are ones that I can fall back on as a facilitator. And I want to make sure we get anything else that you feel may be particular to CP populations here, maybe other things I haven't thought of. Can everyone see this in the back?
No.
All right, I'll move it to the middle, and I'll read them out loud.
Yeah, the slide's not
My color, that's why.
Oh, yeah. That's not enough. Thank you. All right, the first one I mentioned earlier is if people would please turn off cell phones. They are the biggest distraction in engaged listening in this day and age. If you have to have it on for emergency calls or something, please put it on vibrate and take it outside if you have to do a call. Can you turn it to the blanket?
I'm trying to, but I have a hope you can put something in front of the...
That's
what a concept. Therein lies my problem.
I want to emphasize respectful communication. I laughed earlier this morning, no fist fighting, no. But really that means being careful not to demean an opinion. Having differences of opinion is absolutely okay, but there's subtle ways that we can put a difference of opinion down rather than just saying, I don't quite agree with that. I see it this way. So try to be respectful around your differences of opinion. I mentioned this a couple times. We're going to be really practicing a lot of engaged listening with focused attention on who's speaking, and also active listening in the sense of asking clarifying questions so you really understand it. And we're going to make sure we have a process so that everyone has a chance to clarify their questions about these ideas. Paul mentioned this earlier. Please use the restroom as needed. We don't want anyone in physical discomfort. And I mentioned something about let's have a willingness to help each other out. Ask first, though, if someone needs help. And it might be materially in holding stuff. It might be speaking. There's a number of ways that could happen. It might be just getting someone a cup of coffee or at the break if it's very short, or a Coke or something. What else does anyone need to make this a productive, safe, participatory environment for you? Don't all speak at once. Yes.
Like maybe like a short 5-10 minute break. For instance, I have a refrigerated medication, so I'm going to have to actually depart.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's possible. If that's possible to, just build in like a 10-minute break, like in the morning and the afternoon or something.
Thank you. We do have a break at 10:15 this morning for 15 minutes. Okay. Also, if anyone has any issue like that, like medication you have to take, it's very much, I should have said restroom and medication as needed. Please take care, do your self-care any way you need to at any time. Thank you. We have a break in the afternoon, too. I want to warn you, it's late. It's at 4:15. It's in terms of our big break. But each breakout group is going to have its own bio break of approximately 5 minutes. And you'll determine that by your own work. Bio break. And any time. That's true. But an actual break. So if you need to check your phone or something. Anything else? Thank you.
And is the white paper also like a roadmap, kind of like what we do from here? Does it also include like a roadmap plan, or is it only capturing the process so far, or at the end of the meeting?
So first answer is I don't know, and I think I have for any of my planning colleagues to speak up. I think that the roadmap, from my perspective, is to make sure as part of the dissemination of it, that it gets to, as an example, the research committee of the AACPDM, and Teresa Moulton is here because she chairs that research committee, and other members of that committee are here. And so that and having AACPDM has committed broadly to disseminating the results of this to that large body of professional society that serves. So that is one key element, and then the other key elements are publishing it. So speaking, I assume that I'm hoping this will score highly with Developmental Medicine and Child Neurology, which is the scientific journal that serves people who treat people with CP. And then lastly, CPRN as a growing research network is putting it front and center as to when we pursue grant funding, it's got to be run against this, like how important was this idea relative to this. So some of that will be documented, but it's more about getting it to the point that we have an agenda that is actionable and disseminated.
Does that answer your question, June?
Kind of. I mean,
You want to ask another clarifying question?
no, I think it's a great idea. I would like to see at the end of the paper that maybe you separate from that showing everyone. It's kind of like the roadmap of all of the things that need to get done, kind of like the work plan and the short-term, mid-term, and long-term projected outcomes. You know, kind of like keeping us on track. Not just the process and where we've been and but also, you know, just where we go from here. And and a year later you look at that part that could be separate of, we've done these 3 things, or just I can see that as kind of a critical part of a good white paper too, whereas the publishing part are things you extrapolate from the white paper, right? And
so what I would come to is I think that I'm best with those things that I can control and what I can control with CPRN, and so I think that we can integrate the results of this into our work plan for CPRN, and that's the best thing that I know that we can do. And then other things kind of go over the transom, and what we can do as part of Michelle and me and the planning team is track to some degree to what degree the things that went over the transom actually had the impact.
I made a note. Thanks for your idea. Okay, I want to just go over the agenda a little bit more so everyone knows what we're doing today. We're going to take a break fairly soon, in about 10 minutes, possibly even less. We might be ahead of time, which is unusual. But we'll have a little time for a few questions before the break. Then we're going to start right away when we come back at 10:30 with the first 5 people doing their sharing. So from people who are living with CP, what is the biggest challenge in your daily life that you would hope Research CP might improve? That's the response, the narrative, as I'm calling it, that people are going to speak about. Just briefly, 5 minutes at the most. That's a good way to get out the stories, as Michelle was saying. Then we're going to go into the training, what we think is what the planning team thought was the skills you need to be an effective member this afternoon. You know, really going into what does it mean to make a research idea into a research concept. And Ed Hurwitz is going to do that for us from 10:50 to 12:10. Research made easy, sort of. Then we'll have lunch. Am I at lunch? Yes. Second set, excuse me. Second continued focus sharing. And that time we're going to include a few researchers and clinicians into the mix of 5 people. And they'll be responding to a similar question, but a little different. How do you think Research CP might make your research work more meaningful and directly improve the lives of people with CP? That will be our second set of, the job of other people is to really engage in listening. Because the more we can listen, the more effective we can be. Then we're going to have lunch, which is right here, correct? Yep. Yes. Okay. And at the end, or sort of the end part of lunch, we'll have the third set of focused sharings, focused narratives, from, again, a mixture of researchers and clinicians and people living with CP. people have been selected for that, and I do have what people have written. I'll pass that out, but you're encouraged, and I'll repeat this, but you're encouraged to really just speak from your heart about it, unless nervousness takes over. And then reading really does help. That will be at the end of our lunch, hopefully around coffee, dessert time, 1:10 to 1:30. But it'll be sort of free-form lunch from 12:30 to 1:10. Then we're going to go right into presenting the research ideas on big papers that you already have in your pamphlet, okay, the top 20 that Paul was talking about. I'm going to give directions about the breakout groups, and then you're all going to go into your various breakout groups that are right down here. Are they all?
They're all down there, right on the right past the restroom.
All right, they're going to be right down this hall, fortunately. They're not far. Each group is going to have a facilitator, and I want to mention that the planning team members have stepped forward to do that. I'll be doing one. Obviously, I can't clone myself and do all four. And Michelle's going to participate as a parent. Let's see, Susan, Jacob, and Paul are going to be the three other facilitators. All right? They've all got a format and been trained more or less by phone and email about doing this with a few pointers on facilitation. This is facilitation made easy, sort of. And that's going to be the real bulk of the work today, of really translating these research ideas, moving them forward into research concepts. From 1:45 to 4:15 with a little break in there. And the planning, I want to mention too that the facilitators are not going to participate in the content of the breakout group. They're going to truly just facilitate. They're going to back off from their, investment and role, very involved in the CP world, and try to just facilitate, which is very hard to do. But it's easier than facilitating and participating. And also they've had a lot of involvement in planning. During break, we'll be scrambling around to get all your work up here, and we'll start to just take a look at it at the end of the day and start familiarizing. We'll hear back from the facilitators and have them read what has become a research concept, and you'll see soon from Ed that that's going to include what's the defined population within CP that the group came to, how is the research going to happen, and what's the desired outcome and measurements to get there. Okay, so that's what today looks like. Any questions about that? Or other questions from the morning? We've had quite a lot of information here.
I thought you mentioned GMSCS. I think. What is that?
I apologize. It's like Michelle and my wife didn't keep me in line. I would speak in acronyms only. Gross motor GMS, function classification scale system. See, I'm better with the initials than I am with the words. Who wants to give a brief overview here? I'm looking at Christy or someone who. But so it is a raise. Go ahead. Who is just raising their hand?
I can.
Go ahead.
The gross motor function classification system was an attempt to classify, if you will, the level of severity in that spectrum of cerebral palsy based on just one aspect, gross motor function. Gross motor function is the medical terms that we use for things that relate to what we equate with our developmental milestones. Head control, sitting, being able to sit independently, be able to stand, be able to walk, and higher function. And using that framework, they've categorized CP into 5 levels. One is at the highest level of functioning, if you will, are kids who can, and adults for that matter, who can walk independently without a walking aid and function with very little difficulty. And at the upper end of the scale, you've got the level 5 are persons who rely on a wheelchair for most of their, or all of their mobility, and often rely on a carer to help them with their activities of daily living. And it's turned out to be a very useful way for us to think of cerebral palsy generally, and to even think about how we should be focusing our priorities, which are very different from one end of that spectrum to the other. So it's become very much a part of the language that the medical world uses in terms of thinking about cerebral palsy.
The higher the number, the less coordinated, right?
Yes.
Higher the number, the less you are able to do.
Okay.
It was an attempt to get to quit using terms in medical records or when we were communicating with each other, instead of saying mild, moderate, severe, spastic diplegia, quadriplegia, we now are hopefully using something that way we all know what a 1 is or a 2 or a 6.
Thank you for that question. That's helpful. This is a good moment for any other questions like that, since we're kind of getting on the same page here of terminology and an agenda. What else comes up as a question like that?
Is there one for cognition too? It's from a cognitive standpoint?
There is for communication. There is for fine motor. And
does it refer to the same? Is there an acronym for it? Because I thought I saw something similar. What was that?
Function Classification System, CSCS.
Okay, thank you.
Manual Abilities Classification System, or the MAC. What's the other one? EDAC. And there's one for eating as well.
I can't remember what it's called exactly.
Eating and drinking classification.
EDACS.
But there's not a lot of reference there. I think GMFCS is the only thing that has specific references within the research ideas. There are either references to all GMFCS levels. There are a few that focus on GMFCS 4 and 5, and a few that focus on GMFCS 1 through 3. I don't think there's any questions in the top 20 that reference any of the other classification systems.
I thought that I saw when I was initially jumping on board with this process where they were asking for the identification code, specifically the GMFCS, and then I thought that there was one more. And I was mentioning to Susan, I had never really been familiar with that. My daughter is a 5, but there was also, I thought, one that referenced the cognitive or the language one.
Well, sometimes people will, because it is very challenging to test cognition across the abilities of persons with cerebral palsy at whatever age, people will often use the communication.
But was that something that you got?
It was not. I'm trying to go back and remember. This was probably in the application that you saw.
Yes, I believe so.
It may have been in the original registration. But I think the other thing asked about the movement disorder. So was it, which limbs were involved, and then possibly something about the CP type, so something like about spasticity or dystonia or,
That was it. Thank you.
All
right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break now, and I want to honor people's personal time. It's 10:16. We're going to start out right at 10:30. You may have gotten that message from me. I'm pretty on the time clock. And coffee and tea, I believe, is back there.
Coffee and tea.
Help yourself to that.
As everybody recalls.
No snacks.
Another before 8 grant meeting.
EEG signals. That's a big hole right now.
That's what we do, right?
Which will far more for
But the good news is they even had us doing Tai Chi.
Well, you see, with Monique, it was, always trying to get her as much mobility up and walking. And one of the greatest challenges then, as and now, is the vestibular aspect of it. I have a light gauge from her. She did the best treatment with the light gauge because it gave her the greatest ability to find that connection where she was and not Yeah. But I was always wanting to pursue that too. It's so funny because listening to this group, I was just so flooded with my past experience because I'm like, okay, this is where we are now and it's all to deal with. And for others, I'm hoping, and I think I'm being able to give my knowledge back to these people that are just now starting out. Because what you think is so important right now may not be the best for later. And I think that's something that's really important.
Incredible when it could just be natural history.
Or unfortunately, this happens in stroke too. You have a lot of the basic research outside of the spirit of acute recovery because they don't want to wrestle.
You go back for another
I can tell you that it is. My wife's on middle school for a number of years in Charlottesville. Okay, we live in Alexandria.
I think you and I were sitting on the back of we're going to
Hello? Hello?
You know, it's always been on the
Amanda?
No doctor there, no good doctor. I sat down
about other people saying, you know, where do we prioritize?
Absolutely. In fact, I think it's one of
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
These are a third heavier than
So, to the extent that we can use either that may be something to I'll keep
one word that I'm very So you need to report the combination of both.
And the level of need.
But so the challenge is considerable for the sector security.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's not.
There we go.
Very good.
That guy took my I wanted to make an ice cream.
Yeah, but I didn't want it.
I know where their little room is. I saw their room.
I don't know. We don't have any.
Favorite? Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Dr. Failings, Golden, from things. We did some rehabilitation and I did the local map private was before actually where it was at. I tried to help with the child. I was like, are they surviving? My daughter's 22. I hear you guys all talk about picture of him eating French toast. Successful. He's 2.5. He's actually a pretty awesome 2-year-old, but he definitely is starting to have like moments of, I wanted the blue cup. Yeah. You gave me the green cup. Yeah, it's like the continuous, like, I want strawberries. But I want blueberries. I can't win. Oh, yeah, no. I just laughed remind myself that I will be making fun of him when I'm older.
So that would be like, want to go change? Like, no. And then 5 minutes later, it'd be like, okay, we can go change. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. We can give you 5 minutes.
Okay, Paul has one announcement that he's going to make, and then we're going to go into focused sharing by people living with CP and a broad range, to use our language, of GMFCS. Did I say that right?
Yes, GMFCS, even though I don't know what it stands for. Okay, so I was asked a question during the break, and I hope this has been broadly communicated. But so we have dinner tonight. So we finish at 5, and we have dinner at 6. Dinner is here. We are going to get some round tables brought in. It won't be quite enough for everyone. I will also find out if we can use our breakout rooms, because I know this configuration doesn't lend itself to conversation so well. So we won't be able to get enough rounds to accommodate everybody, but we can use the 4 corners. We'll use the rounds. We'll see if we can use our breakout rooms. But we have dinner for you that accommodates everybody's dietary needs and whatnot. So just so you know, 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Again, we're starting with the first 5 out of 15 people, and these are all people living with CP. And I'm encouraging you all to speak from your heart about what really is your biggest daily challenge. This is your time to tell, as Michelle talked about it, to tell your story, and then what you hope Research CP can do about that biggest challenge. All right?
I was just saying, unfortunately, you have to shout from your heart.
Yes, shout from your heart. It's true. And we'll keep reminding, all of us need to remind each other. Are you hearing me in the back? Okay, good. As I joked, I'll be hoarse, but you're at least hearing me. All right, the first person is Amy Whitehead.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to read this, otherwise I'll start rambling. My son Charlie was born 34 years ago and had a rich and meaningful 27 years of life. Charlie has cerebral palsy due to anoxia at birth, and today would have been in the GMF CS level 5 category. They didn't have the categories when he was born. Mostly he was someone who brought love into this world, a survivor and teacher, changing the lives of many for the better. Hope was the fuel that propelled us forward, with a deep-set belief that if we followed all of the recommendations, surely one of those would result in a significant improvement. We tried everything that our trusted and esteemed medical and therapeutic team suggested: therapy, medication, surgery, orthotics, casting, and herein lay the biggest challenge. There was rarely a time that we saw a clear, positive outcome from a treatment or saw a lasting impact on Charlie's motor function and physical health. Our medical providers were honest when we asked what the outcome would be from a particular intervention. So often we heard, we just don't know. In some individuals, it helps. In others, it doesn't. We don't know how it will impact Charlie, but we think it's worth a try. My hope is that Research CP will advance the field's understanding about which treatments and interventions work for which individuals, so that families know what to expect and individuals with CP suffer less from potentially unnecessary treatments and interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. June is the second person. I'm sorry, we don't have time for any clarifying questions. This is, as I say, just engaged listening by all of us listening. And if you want to follow up with some questions, hold on to it for lunch or a break or something like that. Thank you. June?
Okay, I'm June, but I do better sitting down and standing up and speaking. When I looked at the birth dates of the kids that you represent and ourselves, I realize how old I am. And historically, a group of us with CP would periodically show up at UCP over many years, many decades, and plead with them to do what we're doing here today. And plead with the foundation to focus not just on prevention, but on quality of life. And it was so historically frustrating year after year to be knocking our heads against the wall related to that. So one of the things I plead with you to do, because when I read what I wrote, I thought, oh, okay. What I wrote in a hurry, because Paul gave us great notice to do this. And when I just read it, I realized that what I said is not just about me, it's about all those peers I have with CP and others who sent me emails over decades in terms of what happened to them as they got older. So what I wrote, it is about me, but it's about a much broader group than me. So I think it's in 4-point font.
I'm so sorry, June.
Yeah. That's another aging thing, right?
No.
So I wrote, how to decrease the things that terrorize me. That is, the potential real threat of a cascading or house of cards effect related to functional loss, and thus loss of independence due to, but maybe not limited to, increasing arthritis and pain, deteriorating balance and walking ability, threat of serious fall or injury, loss of ability to exercise, age-related vision and or cognitive changes that could potentially threaten the ability to safely drive or operate mobility devices. The goal would be, typo, to have helpful interventions available so that I don't have to make finding this information my career. So that last sentence about, you just can't find good information anywhere. People spend an enormous amount of time trying to track down what's known, or at least good practice today. And so I plead with you to also, as we're doing a laborious long-term research, that we strongly either pass the baton to the right place or invest in some kind of technical consultative panel so that people like me and my peers can call Michelle or Paul and say, Paul, you know, I've got a peer respiratory issues and arthritis issues and swallowing issues, and he's going downhill really fast. Who knows something about this in this constellation of geographic area, or where can he go to get the best consultative advice? So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, June. And then the next person is Amanda Beck-Myers, and I have your written thing. Who is she here? Okay. Let me get this to you. Again, we apologize on the tiny print. It was done in the last minute.
So I have a 4-year-old, or soon-to-be 4-year-old daughter, Briley, and she was born very premature, 23 and a half weeks. Spent about 3.5 months in the hospital before she got to come home and had 2 major bowel surgeries. Before she was released from the hospital, we got really the diagnosis of the periventricular leukomalacia. They basically told us that it would probably lead to some cerebral palsy, which she got that diagnosis later. Also CDI, and
before she had turned a year old, we had to deal with seizures, so we're dealing with that as well. She would be in the gross motor function level of a 4 to a 5. She has made some progress with, with mobility and things like that, but it requires a lot of support. And she will most likely be wheelchair bound. We're in the process of trying to get a wheelchair now. That's some of our challenges, is just trying to get equipment and the time that it takes to get equipment and insurance, wanting to deny everything. And there's some major changes that are happening with the Bureau of Children with Medical Handicaps as our secondary insurance, since we're over income for Medicaid. So there's a lot of challenges around that and accessibility. Because she relies on me and my husband so much, I mean, it really impacts a lot of our daily living and what we do, because, she's not able to feed herself, not able to walk or sit up without support. There's a lot of just issues that we have to deal with each and every day, but we take every day, one day at a time, and she's truly a blessing to us. And there wasn't anything specific that I felt like I could really say about research, other than, I know that being on that more severe level of CP, that I'd like to, know that there are some effective ways to, to provide a better outcome, as well as, just independence. Because, me and my husband were not the youngest of parents, and it does concern me that, we won't be around when she gets to be older, and she'll have to be in a group home, and as a fear. So.
Thank you very much. The next person is Mary Kay, and I'm sorry, I may not get this right.
Bella showed us, I know. You can just call me Mary Kay. I don't need that, because my daughter, she's 19, and she had a stroke before she was born. And we know this because we were told when I was 29 weeks pregnant that she had a brain abnormality. And so we went through the end of the pregnancy knowing that something was wrong, but we didn't know what. They predicted that she would probably have hydrocephalus, which, like Paul's son, she did. And so when the neurosurgeon, and she was born here in Chicago, I have to tell you that first, they went in to put in the VP shunt, and they saw evidence of an old hemorrhage on the left side of her brain. So she had great care. We were in Chicago, and I knew we were doing the right treatment because I could name drop here. Dr. Gabler was one of her doctors, and Dr. Diaz did surgery. And so I felt like I was doing the right treatment. She was in OT and PT every week for 10 years, and everything was going fine. And then we moved to Georgia, Augusta, Georgia. And so everything the treatment that we have done here kind of fell apart when we got to Georgia, because it's a whole different philosophy when you go to a different area. Oh, for a kid with CP, she walks fine. She doesn't need that AFO, and don't worry about it. So we did do some good PT with Judy Bierman. I'm going to name drop again, in NDT in Augusta. And then 2 years after that, we moved to Charlotte. So this poor child is now, we moved down there when she was 10. And so now we're moving again when she's 12, and each time we move, I have to find the doctors, the therapists, the whole medical team for her. So there's no continuity of care between the states. So we get to Charlotte, the neurosurgeon there wants to remove her shunt, even though she's not having any symptoms, because it's old technology. And I'm like, no. For therapy, they didn't know what to do with her. Oh, she's functional. Don't worry about it. I took her to Shriners in Greenville, South Carolina, and I felt guilty for having her there, and they made me feel guilty because she wasn't severe enough to be using their resources to have this gait analysis. And so finding the treatment that helps her, now she's 19, and she's having knee pain. Her gait is horrible. Her wrist has atrophied. She's just going downhill. So what I hope from here is we get some sort of continuity of care for these kids so we know what therapies work for the different functionalities and what actually can help these kids moving forward. So right now she is an intern at a CIMT camp this week in Charlotte. And I didn't even know that this therapy existed in our area. We've been there 7 years. And they just contacted me through my website. And so now they are going to be doing some evaluations on her to see if we can get her started and find out what kind of therapies that she needs for her wrist and her arm. So it's basically just trying to get this, to know what treatments work for these kids and what doesn't work and what we should be spending time and money on for kids with CP.
Thank you very much. The last person in this first set of speakers is Michelle Parello. I'm sorry, that's from New Mexico.
That's okay, Michelle Parello.
Parello.
I need my glasses too. I'm a mom of a 9-year-old daughter that was born at 28 weeks. She's a surviving identical twin. I'm going to read from what I wrote, if that's okay. We all have challenges every day as a caregiver for someone with cerebral palsy. One of the biggest challenges I face, and my husband as well, is whether or not I'm doing all that I can for my daughter. Do I push her too hard? Not hard enough? What are achievable goals for her at her age and appropriate for her level of ability? Enough therapy, too much therapy. It is my hope that through research we can set a basic outline, somewhat like doctors use for typical children when tracking milestones and statistics, to get a better understanding of what areas to focus on at what stages through a child's life. Granted, there are many different degrees of CP, but there never seems to be a clear-cut path to take. I would love to push for more independence for my child, which I believe she's totally capable of. But again, I'm not sure if I push too much or too little. This is one of many things that I'm hoping researchcp will help our community, as I'm sure I'm not alone.
Thank you very much for these moving stories. We're going to switch kind of totally into left brain now. Ed is going to walk us through research made sort of easy, or easy sort of, I guess.
Okay, great. While you're doing that, I want to just welcome everybody again, and it's just such a pleasure to be here with everybody. It's been great to meet some of you. I want to give great kudos to my fellow planning group members, particularly to Paul and Michelle, for this tremendous work they've done in pulling all this together. And I'm really looking forward to the outcome of the group and the collective work that I think we're all going to do together. So what I want to talk today is about the work that we're going to be doing this afternoon and moving into the rest of the conference. I'm a little bit humbled to get up here and talk about how you do research in front of some of you who I respect so greatly for all the great research that you do. I'm a little bit humbled to get up here and talk about cerebral palsy in front of some of you who have been living it so much in yourselves or in your family members. So, I just want you to know I'm only a little bit humbled, though. So Are we there yet, Paul?
You are there. Are we there yet, Dan? No, you're not there. I got to get rid of these other things.
I got to go potty.
Now you're there, and you have to click on some. Oh.
Get it?
Yeah.
All right.
Of course, then.
There we go. Okay. Okay, great. So we're going to talk about taking research ideas and turning them into research concepts, which is something that researchers basically do. And again, these are artificial terms that we, as the planning group, we're using. But basically, as a researcher, what you do is you get some idea that you feel some interest in, some passion about, and you start to hone it down until you have what is the useful research question that you actually get people that have money to actually fund because it's such a great question. But there's a process that goes of honing it down, and then we're going to be going into that process. That's part of the work that we're doing today. one thing I want to mention, I was looking over the list of 20 research ideas, the 20 research ideas we're presenting today, and I noticed that one of the most very, very important ideas is not on that list. I also noticed there's an idea on that list that just really doesn't belong there. So which important idea is not on that list? Well, it's going to be different for each one of you. Each one of you is going to look at that list and say, how could they not have put an idea about scoliosis, about shunts? How could they not put an idea there about sexuality and relationships? How could they not put? Everybody is going to find an idea on there that really should be on that list, but it just doesn't seem to be there. And then you're going to find an idea that says, how could anybody think this idea is one of the most important ideas? So it's very important to remember that those ideas came through this process. We all participated in the process. We all voted on it, and we all know that it's a matter of us all working together, and that those ideas are going up to the top. However, the process we're going to do this afternoon, where we talk about some of these research ideas and try to hone them down into what we're talking about research concepts, is something where everybody can bring some of those ideas to the table, some of those things that is important to you, some of those things that you're passionate about, and try and bring them into this process to have them come out as some of the final research concepts. So that's what I want to talk about a little bit right now. And what if I'm supposed to go?
Would be good. That's called a Mac. It's a Mac.
That's a Mac.
All right. And so these definitions that we made up just for this conference. And again, I want to emphasize that we made these ideas up for this conference. A research idea is, yes, Susan.
You've got to talk this direction.
Okay. We'll do that.
When you look at the screen, we can't hear you.
We'll do that. Okay, I've got it here in front of me, so I can do that. All right.
Thank you, Susan.
A research idea is a broad. Oh,
sorry. Did I get in your way? Sorry, is giving me technology that I shouldn't be taking, but I can't resist. So there you go.
Thank you. A research idea is a broad, not well-defined topic area that discusses an interesting problem that needs solving. So that's what we're called a research idea, and those are the research ideas that are part of the co-digital process. What we want to do is define those more and turn them more into a research concept, a well-defined area of research that better lends itself to developing questions that can be used for studies and grants. Again, not a specific research question that we can write a grant about, but something that defines an area that research questions can come out of. Okay, so our goal is to take a research idea and bring it down, tune it down further into being a research concept. Okay, so what makes a good research concept? Well, here's a few ideas that we should think about as we get into our groups this afternoon and think about what makes up a good research concept. First off, it should be important. Let's only fund and study important things. All right, let's not study not important things. So let's just do important things. What is important? Important is real-life problems. Real-life problems, those are problems that affect all of you every day, whether you are living those problems yourself or whether you are in a clinic where those problems are being presented to you or whether you're studying those problems. They're real-life problems that affect real people. They're issues that are meaningful to people. And what kind of issues are meaningful to people? Issues that improve people's conditions. Maybe they cause less pain, maybe they cause less spasticity, they increase function, they increase their ability to participate in society. These issues that improve people's life and conditions, make people healthier, more functional, and basically improve quality of life. Now, the other thing about important issues, to make them good research issues, is that there should be some passion around them. And I have been involved in research projects that were important and really should have been done, but nobody in the project had any passion to do them, really. We all got kind of assigned them by somebody who had passion but no time. And those projects never really went anywhere. They never really produced anything. A good research project should generate some passion as well as being important. And how do we know it has passion? It speaks to you. You say, "Wow, this is a great idea. It really talks to me, and I saw from this that this is something that means something to me."
We gave you this marvelous piece of technology. I've advanced it one for you, but that right arrow will take you forward.
All right.
You're already forward.
Great. I've always been looking for something that will take me forward. So how are we going to do this? how are we going to do this? Well, we're going to get into these groups. We're going to sit down on these tables. We're going to have a facilitator. And we're going to take a research idea, and we're going to ask ourselves the following question. Who am I doing this for? Who is the population? Who is the group? And we know this is about cerebral palsy, but who is that group within the group of individuals that cerebral palsy affects their lives? Who is the group we're doing this for? And what are we doing? What happens during this research? What is this research about, basically, that we're looking at, and what is happening while the research project is going on? What are we examining what's happening? And then how will I know what actually happens? And that's through measurement. What am I measuring, and particularly what outcome am I measuring? What outcome am I interested in? When you go through all those things, you now have a research concept. So let's go through them now one by one. So first, who is the population? So we're going to look at a research idea. And we're going to say, who do we think is really important to study with this research idea? What group in cerebral palsy do we think really that this research idea really speaks to, and that we should be talking about studying it in that group? Now, it might be everyone with cerebral palsy, and you can advocate for that in your group. This applies to everyone. Now, you have to think about, does that make it a research concept? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does, but you have to think about that and talk about that in your groups. If not, there are subgroups, and the subgroups can be dependent on or defined many ways. We just had a discussion here about motor levels, the motor functional level, the GMFCS, the Growth Motor Functional Classification System. And we talked about the other classification systems. Maybe it's people's communication level. Maybe it's their ability to use their hands. Maybe it's their age. What am I in something? Maybe it's the children, adolescents, adults. Maybe it's the youngest babies. Maybe it's their cognitive ability is the thing that defines it. The type of motor problem, we talked about that a little bit. Dystonia versus spasticity versus ataxia, all of these kind of things. Maybe it's other things, like maybe we're interested in the racial diversity in cerebral palsy and how that affects their outcomes and so forth. And then again, maybe the study is not even about individuals who actually have cerebral palsy. Maybe it's about their family. Maybe it's about their communities. I will say one thing about this, that some of the research ideas do have some specifications to them. They say, for individuals who are aging with cerebral palsy, if that's the case, I would say that, it's your tables, you can't say, I think we should do the study about babies. That's not going to work. So there will be some limitations on these kind of things. Before I move on, does anybody have a question about this idea of who the research applies to?
Feel free to ask a question at any time. Ed speaks rapidly, but you can raise your hand and it'll stop him in a dime.
Okay. All right. We'll get back to it in a minute because we're doing a little exercise here. Next. What happens during the research? What are we talking about with this research? Well, many research projects are about something we do. So something we do, we have a word we like to use called intervention. We intervene, which means we're actually doing something. Now, doing something can take several forms. It could be a form of therapy, like we just heard about the CIMT camp. For those who don't know, that's constraint-induced motor therapy, which means somebody who has one arm working better than the other, we take the good arm and we tie it down and make them use the arm that needs more help. So that's a therapy intervention. There's a lot of therapy interventions that we could think about that we do studies on. Maybe it's a medication, a pill that we give or inject or put in through a pump. Maybe it's a surgical procedure. That's another intervention we do. Maybe it's bracing. Maybe the intervention is exercise, having people go through an exercise program. Maybe it's something like hippotherapy, another form of therapy using horses. Or maybe it's something that we don't think so much necessarily in the medical world. We can get outside the medical world. What about vocational training for individuals with cerebral palsy? Or how about applying some new technologies? These are all things that we do that is done by people to individuals with cerebral palsy, perhaps to their families, as I said. Those are things. What about that does this research idea suggest to you that we will be doing? On the other hand, sometimes there's things that we don't do, but it's happening. For example, aging is something we all try not to do, but it just happens. We might be interested. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I know what you said. Under something we do for intervention, could you put education under there in the sense, very quickly, person with cerebral palsy, I'm going along, la la la. Nobody ever told me I would lose function so rapidly. Education about this is going to happen to you.
So that's a very interesting question. Let me answer that question, and Paul, you can kick in here if I don't answer quite correctly. So we had some research ideas that said exactly what you were just saying, maybe even put them in. And those we put into that category that Paul talked about called advocacy and education. So we felt that was something different than we're doing here for this exercise, this group. And I will admit that you could make a whole research career out of educating people and then measuring outcomes, but we wanted to work with something a little bit different here. So that particular kind of education is not something we're necessarily considering for CP research today.
Okay. And the thing that I would add is, I don't think that makes it any less important. I think it's a critical thing. It's not the structure that we have set up to do, but there are organizations that do it. There are organizations that do it, like Michelle's organization, CP Now. Is that why you're raising your hand? It's very focused on educating the community, which is one great place. And then there's AACPDM, which is aimed at educating the clinicians and therapists that treat CP. But there's a big issue with educating people that are not like just general practitioners, which gets to a different kind of like what it takes to get at the training opportunities for them is like outside the scope. And that's why we move those things off.
Wait. I just want to get some clarification. The education that you're alluding to is about educating people about the information that's already out there, about research, what works best, and so on. Were you referring to education as an intervention to help kids with learning disabilities, for example?
No.
Because that is an intervention that may be very important for kids with cerebral palsy.
Not exactly.
That's what we're talking about. Okay.
I was talking about the type of education. I wish somebody would have told me, as you age, these things will happen to you. I mean, when I lost the ability to run and do different things, I now go down steps like a little kindergarten kid. That was a big shock, and it happened rapidly. And it would have been so good if I would have known this.
Right. So this is what we hope will be an outcome of some of the research. But as I said, we have put that into a different category. Now, to Uni's point, teaching someone how to exercise.
No, it's about educating them in school.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm talking about education as an intervention. Are there different ways of teaching kids? So that I would say is in scope, and also teaching someone how to exercise, teaching someone how to use technology would be in scope. But the broader education about what to expect in the future or educating clinicians about cerebral palsy is something that we put into a different category. Diane.
I think she was really talking about aging, and she's saying that question, and that's that we don't know enough about aging, and we should have been able to tell you that, but we didn't really realize that. We're looking at little kids and assuming they're fine as adults. We weren't doing that research.
In a sense, you are teaching us.
Yes.
Questions about that are part, like the understanding aging is in scope.
Right.
So from my perspective, the patient-reported outcomes, where all of the adults are they're going to educate us, so we can educate the parents and caregivers of younger children to help them prepare for what you saw. I should have known this. If someone should have told me that when I maybe hit 35 or 40, that stairs are going to be much more challenging. Am I interpreting that?
Yeah, different things like that, because I'm puzzled. And there's so little research out there, and I can find this. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but what it said was people with mild cerebral palsy, when they aged, and these things happened, it was like you became disabled for the very first time. Because somebody like me, who was milder, I learned to make my accommodations and my modifications, and then bam, this happened, and it's like, wow, I'm disabled.
Yeah. So you'll see in the research questions, the research ideas, I should say, there's things there about understanding aging. And so this is something that we'll be able to talk about in our groups this afternoon. I want to point out that there are research models, research concepts, research ideas where nothing really happens. Now, what do I mean by that? And so sometimes nothing happens to the who. So in other words, we're the population that we are researching, we're not doing anything to them, or we're not even really looking at anything that is happening to them over a period of time. We're looking, there's some different things that we're looking at. For example, studying and defining. So I've done some studies looking at obesity in a population of individuals with cerebral palsy. So I'm not looking at do they gain weight over time or anything like that. It was just sort of studying and defining the issues. There is the idea of developing new measures. Maybe we'll be talking about measuring spasticity, or how do we measure health risks in people with cerebral palsy. So that is not something we're actually doing to the patient. It's a measurement development. There's technology development type of studies. There's studies where we look at patterns. Maybe we're going to look at patterns of newborns and seeing in what part of the country do we see more cerebral palsy. So there are models of research that it's not something happening. They're called like epidemiological studies, for the fancy word for you, and measurement development studies. So I just let people know that that's a possibility as well when we talk about research concepts. Any questions? Yes.
So, Ed, I don't know if this is the right place to mention it, but I just wanted to add a comment about the basic and translational research, just to remind everybody that it's not only clinical research, which is what we're talking about today, and that's fine, but we have to remember that there's a whole body of preclinical or translational research or laboratory research which can provide very, very important new treatments. But it's a ways down the line, and I just don't want everyone to forget that sometimes investing money in these kinds of treatments which don't so obviously directly lead to clinical improvements, but may in the future help us understand mechanisms so that we can prevent and treat, that's clearly part of what's important. We're just not talking about it today.
Absolutely correct. And that work is predates, not predates, but sets up a lot of the work that we are talking about, as you're saying. Yeah.
May I please have a definition of translational research? I'm not familiar with that particular term.
Can I go back to you for that?
Yeah, translational research is research which does not take place usually doesn't take place in humans, but it tries to look at animal models or laboratory models that apply to patient care. So it would be something that might look at mechanisms of how drugs work and might work, or something that could be applied to patients. When we talk about basic, that usually just means a sort of abstract concept of like, how does the brain function? But it doesn't particularly apply to somebody with a disease or disability. When we talk about translational, we're looking for laboratory or animal research that will apply or intends to apply to people with disease or disability.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to see if I'm clear about something. The research questions that we're developing, now these people who decide to take on these projects, let's say we're finished and this is this body of research and someone decides to take it on. Now, would these questions be part of the registry in a way that once these questions are established, will this organization be able to track the outcomes of such research, and will they be categorized and held at bay for access so that other people can utilize them? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I don't know, Paul, if you just heard the question we just put out, but there's several models of the outcome of this conference, and I've always put it in terms of is that I think that funding agencies and research institutes should look at what's important to the whole partnership of families, consumers, and professionals, and so forth. So I think that's going to be a very important outcome of this conference. The CPRN, for example, is going to take a good look at these research concepts that come out and develop more focused research questions that we can use using the methodology of the CPRN, which is, to gather a whole lot of information across the country on thousands of kids and then use that to look at issues to bring up by the end of Saturday and see what questions we can answer.
I was just curious as to is there going to be a centralized place for all CP type of research so that if any researcher is interested, they can see what's been done, what's being done? Do you understand what my inquiry is relative to that?
I
can't really answer that right now.
I can't say that there's going to be that type of thing. I mean, we certainly try to do work like that at organizations like the American Academy of Cerebral Palsy and Developmental Medicine, where we present the highest impact research that's being done in the field. And I think for years to come, the CPRN organization will be working to say that here's a study that was done from the outcome of the PCORI conference that will be part of that conversation. Susan?
Louder.
What's that? Louder. Oh, louder. Okay, sorry. Yes, sir.
So part of the problem with knowing everything that applies is that there may be research done on other groups of people. For example, adults who have had stroke. And it may not be listed as cerebral palsy, but yet we can take some of the concepts and some of the findings that have been researched for those people and say, well, maybe that also applies for people with CP. So that makes it hard to have it all in one package.
Right.
Let me add one more thing if I may. So there are a few organizations that are working very broadly to sort of organize the research agenda. The CP Alliance, which is based out of Australia but is represented here by their fairly newly launched U.S. operation, is very focused on some of that basic and translational. They do other work, but they're very focused on pulling together an international agenda there, which involves pulling in people from like adult stroke when they want to look at a certain thing. And so that's one area. And CPRN is very focused on the clinical side and collaborating, because as you start to get into things that you do with, if you start to move upstream or downstream, you'll end up connecting these organizations so we stay in contact. But there's not one single place where the overall thing is watched. There are many parts and we're working to coordinate them, and it's going pretty well, I believe. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead. To talk about the, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if this is to detail the question that you're going to address, but what about confounding interventions? So you listed interventions, but sometimes, we do multiple things at the same time. How is that going to be?
Right. So that, I will say, is a little bit too detailed for the work that we want to do today. That is something that comes out at that research question level. And so when we designed the project, so the research concept tells us a lot more focused way we want to do the research about, but then it's the job of the researcher to handle those issues. So let's talk about outcomes. So the idea of an outcome is, what do we think the what can do? What do we think the what does for the person? What do we think the what does for the person if it's intervention? And I quickly put up here, some of you may be familiar with the International Classification of Functions. And the reason I put it up is because the whole idea of the International Classification of Functions is to try and talk more about things that are important to people. So the International Classification of Function has these levels. This is body functions and structure. This is activity, and that's participation. And so the idea is not to do studies that only talk about body function and participation. It's nice to know that Botox allows the elbow to move more. But then the question comes, when the Botox allows the elbow to move more, what more can you do with your arm? Can you brush your teeth better? Can you dress yourself better? And then once you can do all that, can you get out into society better and be a more participatory person? So outcomes come in all these categories. It could be about what the body can do. It could be about what the person can do. It could be about what the person does in society. And there are other kinds of outcomes. Now, I want to mention that when we're talking about outcomes in research, what we don't want to do is do research to prove that hippotherapy is an effective intervention. That's not research. That's marketing. We want to do research to see what the effects of hypothermia are, or the effects of aging are, or the effects of, well, aging happens, but I mean, in terms of intervention, you never do research to prove that a certain intervention works. You do research to see what the effects of that intervention are. And how do you know if those effects mean anything to you? That's when you choose your outcomes. So you may be more interested to know is that does that outcome allow me to get out into society more? Does it help me to interact with my family better? Or you may be interested to know that the outcome, does this intervention decrease my pain or decrease my spasticity? When you look at this research idea, what speaks to you about what outcome we should be measuring to make that research idea an important research concept? Any questions about outcomes? Yes.
Not so much about the outcomes, but about how you emphasize the focus being on how does a particular treatment work rather than does a treatment work. That's fine for new treatments because you want, when you're developing new treatments, you want to know how it will work and then you apply it. But we already have lots of treatments out there that people believe in, and maybe they don't work. So I think the question, does this treatment actually work, is indeed very important and relevant to a lot of what we do. So
I think I misspoke, Rooney. I don't think I meant to say, does this treatment work? I mean, we never want to do research to prove a treatment works. You want to do research to see, does this treatment work? Yeah, no, that's right. Okay? Yeah. All right. If I do a research to prove rhizotomy works because I want to do rhizotomies, that's not research.
I mean, it's a matter of the bias that you put into your research question.
Right.
Right. And to make sure we control for that.
That's a good clarifying question. So is that clear to folks what I mean now?
Say it one more time.
Yeah. So we always want to do research to see if something works and how it works. But we want to know if it works. We never want to do research to prove something works because that's a bias in the research that is that means that the research doesn't work. If my research shows the intervention doesn't work, then I'm not happy with my research. But you should be doing it to find out. It's an exploration. It's a curiosity, not something to prove a point. Really?
And just one other thing, because this slide is about outcomes. When defining does a treatment work, the emphasis should be on defining what work means. And that's the point. What work means is something that's really relevant and important to the person for whom that intervention is being applied.
Yes. We have a question over here.
So if we go back to your example of hippotherapy, the one that you said, that is marketing, if you had to re-explain that, how would it be?
Rephrase it to make it a research question.
Sure. Is hippotherapy an effective intervention for kids with cerebral palsy based on measuring spasticity or improvements in gait or
posture control?
Or posture control, thank you. Yes, Deb.
When I quickly looked over a lot of the research ideas, they say, the effect on function, and function is sort of that overall catch-all phrase. So it seems that a lot of our work will be trying to hone in on what does function mean in terms of this idea. Right? I mean, because it's such a broad concept.
I agree.
Yeah.
So then, my understanding of what I've learned from the parents and the persons with cerebral palsy that have been in my life, my career, is 30 degrees at the knee at terminal extension doesn't mean anything to you guys. It looks really nice in one of our reports. I've never had a family come to me and say, I want my terminal extension to be 0 at whatever. But what I hear, I hope, help me if this is wrong, I want my son to be able to get on and off the school bus. I want him to be able to have friends. I want him not to fall down. Yes. But help me. That's why you guys are here. And we need to figure out how to measure that functional outcome, right? With what's meaningful so that we can all be heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yes. Going back to the age grouping, because I know one of my son's concerns is, being able to do certain things, like, and what the thing I wrote was drawing a picture, that was his response.
So as a mom looking at it, it was, okay, well, I want to get him to the point where he can draw that picture, but I want him, as was mentioned, to be able to maintain that opportunity and that ability. So when we're talking about age in the research, I mean, I'm here with this idea of, we're doing this amazing thing, and this is going to, I think this is groundbreaking for our CP community. And I'm kind of looking at this as like, this isn't going to directly impact my son tomorrow, And so when we're looking at the age for these research questions, is there a way to group it where we're doing like a collective data study over 10, 15 years? Or are we looking at just one specific grouping? Like, are we only looking at ages 5 to 10? Are we only looking, pre-puberty to after? Like, how are we able to do that?
Yeah, so at the research concept level we want to get to, you can put that into the research concept. As a group consensus, you can talk about, is this particular to a certain age group, or is this something we should be looking more over the lifespan? So that's something that can be discussed as we look at each research idea.
Well, so I think this will be an important thing to clarify, because the unfolding of the onion, especially seeing the range of people here, it could really make me say, so if we did a gait-related intervention for my son, I feel like he got great benefits from that for 3 years. And so it will be important to give some guidance as to, since we're not doing research questions, we're doing research concepts, how, if we're talking about something like that, do we think about...
Here, back here.
Okay, sorry. How do we think about when we're moving these to concepts, how do we think about an outcome that will change over time, so that not all of the outcomes are just...
Thank you.
So not all of the outcomes are just, what is the result in once someone's fully grown, or when they're, so any input into that would be great.
But that was kind of where my question was leading to, is like, can we set, so we have data collection points. I'm not clinical in any degree, so sorry, it's my terminology, but so we go back and we see, where they're at with the go, age 5 or whatever, and then we check back at 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, just to keep, what therapies did they stick with, just specific things that we might be able to get a bigger picture of, and then we can kind of spider that out.
So I just want to say, that's a very good concept. Personally, I think so. But no. But if other people, I don't want to take away the idea that someone says, I think this is only important between the ages of 7 and 9 because that's the age when they're doing this or that other thing. I hear what you're saying. I think I see a lot of heads nodding, and I think a lot of people would agree. But if you don't agree, at your facilitation group, say, no, I'm interested in an outcome, when they're in 5th grade, because that's the 5th grade is the most important grade for X. So that's the thing we have to come to consensus on. Yes?
That is tricky. When we move the speakers to the center of that wall so that you can talk to both ends.
We can. I can move over there. But I don't. The only problem is I'll be standing behind too many people. Okay, that's the problem. So I think I just need to speak louder. Okay. Mike, did you have your hand up?
Yes. So just to clarify, are you looking for us at the stage that we are now, where we're going to be going to our focus groups? You want us to specify outcomes of interest, or are you wanting us to just dial down and specify research ideas of priority? Research concepts.
Yeah, so we'll want to hear about some outcomes of interest. Again, not as specific as they might be for a real research question that you're writing a grant for, but outcomes of interest. Like Deb said, function is such a vague term. Are you talking about participatory function? Are you talking about, activity-related function? Somewhere on that level. Christy, a question?
I was just going to agree with, I think we all talk about Dr. Staley, who was an orthopedic surgeon around from Seattle early on in my career. He used to talk about our outcome is for working with children with cerebral palsy is not when they're 5 or 10, it's when they're 55. And the hard part of being a pediatric provider has been that we don't know what happens to you. And one of the big things we hope to understand with this work is have an understanding. Because the decisions that families are challenged with now is what we do now, what is it going to do 10 years, 50 years from now? Is that correct?
Yes, I do that, Christy. And I'm sorry, I'm just, not to argue, but I just want to push that one more time.
Yes, fine.
That I get kids in clinic who are never going to stand as an adult. They're not going to walk as an adult. And I put them into standing devices because I think it's good for their developmental, I think it's good for them developmentally when they're children to see the world from a standing position. I don't know that. I have no idea if that's true or not. I think so. But that's something that only applies, having them stand now, only applies during childhood. It has nothing to do with their adulthood, except I think it will make them better adults, but I don't know that. So, again, it can be, yes.
Yeah, and another thing relative to function, we refer back to the acronym for the mobility issues relative to, my daughter's a 5, so her function outcome is not going to be the same as someone who's a 1. But the administration or the delivery of the intervention should not be, precluded because of that. So again, that makes that whole issue of function kind of a vague term in the context of the different, the spectrum of ability, disability that each person experiences.
This is, I couldn't agree more. Okay, at this point, I'd like to stop showing slides.
June. I'm thinking there's one more filter we need to apply, which is when do we get out of the CP silo? For example, sexuality issues. There's been so much research done all over the place, or some vocally have research. I mean, just so we're not using the minuscule research dollar to do something that, is already kind of developmentally on its way in another cross-disability areas. You know what I mean? So we don't duplicate something that's going on already. That make sense?
It does. But I would take us back to our exercise of setting priorities. So I would encourage us, even though research is being done about something and people feel more needs to be done, I would say, go ahead, tell us that's your priority. I'm just trying to get everybody to be thinking very, very open and putting as few limits on our thinking about this exercise as possible, because I think that will open up more discussion. So, but let's play with this a little bit. Let's try this a little bit. So let's do an example. So here's a research idea. It's not one of the 20 research ideas. Something I just kind of pulled out from some of the other things. It actually relates to some of the work that I'm doing. People with cerebral palsy are higher risk for heart disease than others. So I could give you 2 hours of lecture about why I made that statement. Just take it as fact for right now. How can we understand this and prevent it? So that's my research idea. It came up on stage. It came through CoDigital high enough. We're going to be analyzing it here. People with cerebral palsy are higher risk for heart disease than others. How can we understand this and prevent it? Let's pretend you all voted for it, got up there. So now it's a research idea. So now we're in our groups, and we're going to talk about who do we study. So who do we study about this question about people with cerebral palsy being at higher risk for heart disease? Do we study everyone with cerebral palsy? Do we study people that we think are at the highest risk, and what does that mean? Is there a different subgroup that's important to you? So everybody take 2 or 3 seconds, just a few seconds, and think about it, and then maybe raise your hand. I'll call out to people, and you'll give me your ideas about who should we be studying. Okay. Anybody want to? Yes.
Maybe people who also have breathing problems, apnea. Sleep apnea.
Okay, who else?
Can you repeat them?
People with apnea, respiratory problems. Yes.
People with a family history of heart disease.
Okay, one more. Yes.
I would say it typically would be more of the adult population than children that are going to be at the higher risk.
Okay.
Based on more limited mobility. So it could even be people who have less mobility with CP, more on the severe end of things that cannot do exercise.
So I wrote down adult population with less mobility.
Yes.
Okay, good. We all went around the table. We got about 10 of these ideas. We wrote them all down, and we'll stop there and move on to the next one right now. Okay, the next thing is, there's the idea again, because I tend to forget if I get 2 slides away. People with cerebral palsy are at higher risk for heart disease than others. How do we understand and how to prevent it? So what are we going to do for this research? Are we going to do some kind of medical intervention? Are we going to do something where we're teaching people something about heart disease risk? Are we going to just study and define it? What should we be doing? Yes.
We want to first understand it, so we need to know what it looks like in, say we're doing adults, so we need to measure the things that tell us about heart disease in adults with cerebral palsy. Blood pressure, weight, waist circumference, physical activity level.
Okay, and I'm just going to tell you, Christy, that I wrote down measuring risk factors, but I didn't write down in adults because that was the previous.
Right, got it.
Now, I only say that not to be funny, but because that's what we're going to be doing around the table. So, yeah.
Can you kind of move so you can look at the slide?
Sure. Okay, another idea about what we should do.
So I think it would be good to bring in an epidemiologist to understand what the actual risk factors are based on population. So this is when a registry would be great, so that you could look back and focus in on those that are at higher risk, at highest risk.
Okay, different idea. Yes.
After you understand it and find the epidemiologist, you want to put out a call for people to participate. I'm in the art world, so I don't know what the research is. I just want to put out a call soliciting for people to find people to participate.
Okay.
Yes. We could extrapolate information about what we already know about risk factors for heart disease in the general population and take that information and see how it applies to individuals with cerebral palsy. And we know there's predictors for that in young ages as well as older ages. So kind of taking all of that as we start to refine them.
Okay, so let me stop there on this one. So let me just say that some of the things that people put on the table, I think, fit well into the category we're looking for. Some of the things perhaps aren't exactly what I would call the what here. And that's something that I think that you will discuss as a group. You know, if somebody says something that doesn't necessarily fit into the category of what we're talking about, it'll be up to the facilitator and the group itself to say, well, that doesn't really fit here. Maybe you mean something else. Maybe there's another way you can say what you're saying.
Lee? I'm saying that this exercise is just to operationalize how to think about going from an idea to a question.
Right.
A big part of that is showing that there's really 2 very different questions there. If you're trying to understand, you may want to study people both with and without that risk to see if there are differences about the future. You want to study kids and see how it predicts when they become adults. So that's a very different way than prevent, where then you may actually think of in an intervention to prevent it.
So which one's more important to me?
Well, you may not be able to answer the second question without answering the first.
Right, and the reason I say this to you is not because I have an opinion about what's most important, it's because that's what the group is going to be talking about here. Many of the ideas have 3 and 4 and 5 and 8 directions in them, and that I can see in them. They can go out 8 different ways.
I guess the point I'm trying to say is that even though heart risk or high risk for heart disease may be a problem in adulthood, there may be some utility in studying kids risk factors and either looking back or looking forward. That's a methods question that can inform that.
So let's get back to that in a second. I want to get back to that, okay? But let's go on now to what are the outcomes? There's the idea again. So we're going to be looking at this idea that we're developing, a research concept we're developing. What outcomes are most important for this question about higher risk for heart disease and how do we understand it and prevent it?
Ideas for outcomes you want?
We may want outcomes at each of those levels of the ICF, depending on what is most important to the stakeholders. So it may be playing sports to the family, but the surgeon who is suggesting a spasticity management may be interested in changing. Did I change spasticity with my intervention? And maybe the therapist is interested in walking. I don't know. I'm just saying that.
I take a slightly different tack.
Yep.
I think we've got to ask the question, but what does heart disease do to the person with heart disease? It might kill them, in which case you want to study mortality. It might cause pain that interferes with their ability to work, then you may want to study pain. So I think it's really first important to understand what the impact of that condition is on the life of people with that condition and find out from them, well, what is it about that we should prevent?
So Udi, I'm going to take what you're saying now, and I'm going to ask for Hillary for some help here. So my guess is that there's nothing wrong with what you just said, saying that at the facilitation group, open speech, open comments. But then I think the facilitator is going to say, Dr. Ryan, well, what outcome should we choose?
Very simple. If you don't know it, there's no point in measuring an outcome that is meaningless, just because it's there. And that's what we sometimes do. We put the cart before the horse and measure things because they're measurable or they're available, forgetting that they may have really no relevance. So just be careful about that. And sometimes the question may be, what is the outcome measure that really matters to define better or the impact?
I just want to add, I think what Ed's alluding to is this afternoon, we're going to have this difficult process of building consensus within each group. Because you can see, everyone has different ideas of how there's no right, absolutely perfect answer to this, you know. It's the consensus of the group that will determine the outcomes, not the outcomes of the research, the outcome of your group, defining who, defining what the research will do, and defining what your desired outcome is. You have to come to consensus on all those three, and we have a methodology that'll make sure that happens. But I think that's what Ed is trying to get at, that we're not debating it here, we're coming to a consensus.
Anyway, I think I did something wrong as I'm doing this exercise. Are we going to come to consensus on each point before we move on to the next point?
Yes. With each research idea, you're going to define each part of this. You're going to define the who in your small groups.
Okay.
Okay, by consensus. So then you're going to define the.
So I should have done that before we moved on to the next thing. So we go through a consensus process and we decide we're going to do an adult population with less mobility, and we're going to measure the classic heart risk factors like cholesterol and hypertension in those groups. All right? With that in mind, with those two things now that you know in mind what we're doing, let's talk about what outcome would you want to know when you have done these measurements.
In other words, Ed's fast forwarding that suddenly we come to consensus on those first two parts.
Yeah.
So I am asking for clarification.
Please.
So what I understood from what he said and what I forget Hillary. Okay. So what I'm putting two and two together, like how you mentioned earlier that you measure an angle of the joint and you say, oh, this is what it is. But for the parent, it's really, okay, what does this do in our functional life? And I think that's what you're referring to. Is yours is the science as to what does heart disease do to the people, and I'm looking at it, okay, what happens to typical people with heart disease? And then how is it going to be different than a person with CP who has heart disease? So I think
that's I'm trying to separate the outcomes. So the outcome for a clinician may be viewed a little bit differently than the outcome for a person who has CP. So what does this do in my daily life? And am I going to die early or what? So I think that's, if I can get clarification of what outcome we are talking about.
I'm putting those things together. That's what the group decides. What outcome is the most important? Among this diversity of opinion, you're inevitably, that's intentional. There's going to be diversity of opinion in your groups because it's very mixed up. It's not like a researchers group here and people with CP here and parents over there. It's intentionally mixed up, so you have to struggle through that.
Yep.
Well, I was thinking that it would be does the morbidity imposed by cardiovascular disease, how does that impact what outcome is the most important for the caregivers or the patient or the person with cerebral palsy? How does that impact them? I mean, it might not impact someone who's non-mobile in terms of if they have congestive heart failure, if that would impose a change in their function. So I think that my problem with this is they're so multifactorial that I don't know how you're going to tease apart one aspect. So you're going to have such a large collection of comorbidities and co-conditions. So it's quite, we can say we're interested in that change their ability to participate in school or change their ability to participate out in the community, but how are we going to be able to pinpoint that it's just this one cardiovascular condition?
Yeah, so I can encourage you to think broadly. Let's not get into the research question level. Let's pull it back to sort of research concept where there's still more work to do to write the grant. Rich?
You can't overlook the obvious of outcomes for cardiovascular disease. I mean, heart attack, stroke, hypertension, mortality, that are going to be the same whether you have CP or not. That's part of any kind of study that looks at outcomes related to cardiovascular disease. I think those are important ones. And then you can add on the functional status, which is a big part of a lot of cardiac studies in terms of how their cardiovascular disease gets in the way of their functional mobility or functional status.
You have a mic.
You have a mic. Great. So we have, we talked a lot about this research question. We went around the table a bunch of times, so we might have come up with a consensus that looks like this. We think one of the important research priorities is to study the adult population with less mobility, measure their cardiac risk factors to see what impact they may have on their overall cardiovascular health looking forward, and on and how it impacts their participatory function. So that may be the research concept that we come up with, which is, I think you would agree, a lot more focused than the research idea that we have here, and that would start to get into some of the discussions we've been having here about more detailed research questions. Yes?
So how do we connect the dots? Like if we're struggling with this in one group, but there's another group looking at exercise in terms of an premature aging intervention, and they're looking at aerobic and strengthening and stretching types of exercises. How do we maybe toss something over to that group in terms of the aerobic part? As Beth says, it's so intertwined that, I think it's important to not,
So I'm going to say we're not going to worry about that.
Yeah.
We're not going to worry about that.
What I'm observing, as someone who has just enough research background to be dangerous, because I don't really know a lot about research, but I think the researchers are getting way too complicated here. We're doing one piece of moving this towards a research question. We're not talking about confounding factors. We're not talking about, we're not getting into comorbidity. We're talking really these three very functional things, defining as a group what you think is the most important about the who, what is the research going to do, okay? In other words, what's actually going to happen, and then what's the desired outcome. And we're going to heavily look by the structure of how we do the facilitation at those living with CP. What's the outcome you want from this kind of research?
What's the outcome you want to measure?
Yes.
From this kind of research?
Sorry, the outcome you want to measure. Thank you. Thank you.
So that was just my point, that the outcome we want to measure, what's really important, has to come from the people with the condition and the people who care for kids with those conditions. So that defines our priorities. And the fact is that for some of these questions, those haven't been defined yet. So one of the outcomes of this process might indeed to make that a priority.
Can't hear you here.
I think that's what we want to do. That's the idea of the exercise.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Umi repeat that.
We just have to be open to the possibility that there are, for certain ideas and certain questions, the outcome measures that are very important have not yet been defined, because we have not yet bothered to ask you what's important to you. Some we have, some we haven't. And if we haven't, then we shouldn't rush to answering that question without first defining that outcome. That's all I was trying to convey.
And Udi, that's what we talked about when I had that slide about sometimes nothing happens to the group. So it's a perfectly legitimate research question to say, in adults with less mobility, our research concept is to define the outcomes of, I'm blocking the slide. I'm putting down the mic. Guys are trying to text me to death. In the outcomes of, excuse me, in the I'm very sorry. In the population of adults with less mobility, what are the outcomes of interest in the question about raising cardiovascular risk? That's a great research concept. We could all spend our lives researching that question. Patrick, where are you? Some of us are. And that's a perfectly wonderful outcome from the group. Okay? Is there anybody who can't hear me? Okay, that's right. I've always been heard. What the hell? Where's this thing? Okay.
You didn't hear that down
Okay. All right. Let's go to summary review. All right. So basically, we want to take a research idea to a research concept. We're going to go around and we're going to reach a consensus on who we want to do the research about. We want to go around and do a consensus about then, after we do that, what happens in the research. It could be something happening to a population, intervention, or just something that happens like aging, or it could be nothing happens. The research is about the population. What are the outcome measures we need to figure out? What is the state of this population in terms of their employment? Let me finish up there. And then we'll go to the questions. And anyway, and then finally, what outcome are we measuring? Now, I want to make a few points about this that I think are very important. There is a lot of varied experience here around the table. Everybody is bringing something different to the table. This question that we're talking about cardiovascular risk, maybe the family caregiver is going to say, our doctor talks about our son's weight, but we don't know how to help him be more active. We don't have a way to get him more active. Maybe the adult with palsy is going to say, my doctor said my cholesterol is high. I'm only 22 years old. Is that common in adults with cerebral palsy to have high cholesterol so young? What are my options? Maybe the physician is saying, I don't really feel that I have enough information to give to the people. I give blood pressure drugs, but I don't know if giving blood pressure drugs to cerebral palsy, I mean, does they have effects on their spasticity? Does they have effects on other outcomes in them that are different than my typically developing non-cerebral palsy population? How do I find out this information? So everybody is bringing something to the table. And what we're all bringing to the table is very, very valuable. And one of the goals of this conference is to build a bridge between people who do all these things. So the families and individuals, we want you to bring to the table your real-life experience and your own research. Now, we have this idea here that we have people who do research and people who don't do research. I would suggest that those of you who have cerebral palsy or who have a family member with cerebral palsy have done a lot more research than those of us who don't. And ever since Google was invented, you've been doing a lot more research than any of us, right? That's also research. All right, it's maybe not grant funded, you got to do it on your own time, but it's also research. So let's hear about your research. Clinicians bring their specialized knowledge of the field and their experience with patients. And researchers understand the research process, so we understand what is possible when he's talking about this idea that there's outcomes that are missing. And that's something you know when you're a researcher. It's frustrating sometimes to know that outcomes. So we all bring those experiences to the table, and some of us bring all three of those experiences to the table at once or combinations of that. So the point of that is that everyone adds value. It's very important as we go through this exercise that there is no wrong answers. Your experience, your passion, your understanding, all counts. It all means something. All right? It's just somebody who has cerebral palsy, we know they know a lot more about cerebral palsy than those of us who don't, but our experience with cerebral palsy counts as well, too. Someone who's done a lot of research, if you don't do research, you may say, well, I better listen to that guy. He does a lot of research, and we're talking about research. Well, I think what he's telling us, we need to hear from everybody about what's important, what outcomes are important. So that comes more from the people, perhaps, who don't do research. So everybody brings something to the table. So speak up. Hillary's going to tell you when we talk about facilitation that you have the option to pass. I'm going to ask you not to take that option. All right?
There's going to be a lot of peer pressure not to take that option.
And I'll tell you what else. We fed you breakfast. We're going to feed you lunch. We're going to feed you dinner. We're going to feed you tomorrow. Earn your food, everybody. Come here and tell us. Give us your experience. Give us your ideas. Everybody's ideas have value and count. And I'm really looking forward. I'm sorry I can't stay here to see the whole results for a variety of reasons, but I'm really looking forward to hear what comes out. So, all right. If there's any more questions, I think I have I have a few more minutes. Yes.
Please go back to the summary and review slide.
Sure, and I'll stand out of the way.
Not again,
and I won't do it, because it won't do it.
Can you back arrow? Can you go back? On the computer, other button.
Summary slide. There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
And again, make sure we know your slides are going to be available.
My slides are going to be available. My slides are going to be available, and some of the slides are in your folder.
Taking notes. And the key ones for the purpose of the groups this afternoon are on that cheat sheet Paul talked about, okay? Which includes these things, the who, what, and outcome issues.
Yes.
Referring to your example, and it was now is that true, or did you just make that up? Do people with CP have?
So I'm going to put that beyond the scope of the conference, and I can talk to you about it a little bit.
Okay, well, so here's the thing that I observed in this little exercise. A research question could be an identifier. In other words, that we have definitely with that concept identified that people with cerebral palsy are more prone to heart disease, and these are some of the factors. And I think a lot of times, I know early on I would look at outcome to also mean intervention, but the research question could in fact reiterate the research question or prove the question to be accurate, and then thus a subsequent research of interventions would then build upon that question for a functional outcome. Does that make sense?
That's exactly correct. So I think what I hear you saying is that we could do a research question to ascertain, to prove, to see, to define whether people with cerebral palsy do indeed have increased risk of heart disease. That's an area of research. And then there is an area of research that says, what can we do about it?
Right.
And that's what Uni was talking about, that the question purposely was vague. And you know, we could go around, if you go around the table and you see questions that are vague and have different pieces to them, what we want you to do is come out and define what's the most important piece. Now, the problem that you're getting at is that, well, I can tell you I think the most important piece is intervening and preventing people from getting heart disease, and someone next to you will say, well, who says they really have it?
Right.
Right? Okay, so I don't think you'll have necessarily that problem with the actual questions that we have here. I looked over the list.
I just don't think a concept should be tossed because it's easy, especially in our culture. We want to, this is the problem, so let's fix it. You know, sometimes the problem itself needs to just be more established as the problem. The more you understand the problem, the more likely you are to be able to approach it methodically with intervention.
Absolutely correct, and also a very legitimate area of research concept. Other questions? Yes.
So, I'm sorry, actually, I'm opening up a can of worms.
Please.
Hold on 1 second, we're going to get you the mic.
Please, if you open up a can of worms, we'll just go fishing.
Or your blackbird.
I think kind of stuck in that middle section of so there's the who, and there's the what, and then the outcome. So it's the what really the how? So it's like, who is the research about, and then how are we going to do that research, or is it what are we going to do that research?
So I don't want to get too technical and linguistic here, but we could play with that idea, and we could say that the middle stage is really of sort of a how are we going to test that? How are we going to? There's a certain way we could use the word how over there as well, but there's another way where I could tell you that how is too detailed. How is you know, if I want to if I tell you my research concept is that I want to find out what are the important outcomes in adults with cerebral palsy of limited mobility related to heart disease. That's a great research concept. Then the folks who put together the research grant have to tell me how they're going to do that in such a way that that's a research question. That's how I would.
Yeah.
That's how we answer that.
And that's how we landed upon what instead of how, by the way, as we put this together. Because the how got too much into methodology and really specific to research. And this, again, is not going to be about creating a research question, a research concept.
Yes, and for those who know what the word means, I would encourage us to stay away from methodology.
Yeah.
Because I think that's not where we want to go.
Yeah.
I saw another question.
Have your arrival.
Okay. Hillary, I think I'm done.
You're done.
Okay. So I have one more question. Oh, Paul has one.
Right.
So
we don't need to know the degree.
So I just want to clarify on the where's the microphone? I'm asking Ed, and so I'm speaking this way.
Ask Ed like he's down there.
Well, that's okay. Now that I have the microphone. So, in the example in the WHO, should we be consolidating to a single concept that we think is most represented in the room, or could we potentially say within this research idea, there are not that we're trying to get to all the questions, but there's two distinct. Should we be trying to tease apart concepts? Like there's a distinct thing that needs to happen for this subpopulation, which would have these outcomes, and there's a different. If you take an intervention like rhizotomy that's being done on ambulatory people and non-ambulatory people, which would probably be with different outcomes. And so when we're looking at things, are we trying to tease apart from your perspective whether or not there are two distinct research concepts?
So, Paul, let me answer like this. I'm blocking the slides again. So.
Got it written down. I'm good.
There we go.
Thank you.
Let me answer like this. Who here thinks it's important to study spasticity interventions in children with cerebral palsy? Raise your hand. Great. Who here thinks it's important to study spasticity interventions in adults with cerebral palsy? Raise your hand. Okay. Each study is going to cost you $500,000. I only have $500,000. Which study are we going to do? Okay. That's the work we're going to do today.
Actually, that work we're doing tomorrow also.
Sequencing within a concept, which is an important thing. So it's important, and that's the thing that we're going to need to zoom in on what's most important within a concept. Tomorrow is going to be a ranking of the concepts against one another as opposed to within one.
Correct. That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Do all you folks know this costs like $500,000 to research study? People know that? Yeah, scary. Okay.
And that's what I mean by that's the difficult part of the consensus building. Yeah, we'll get there though. It works.
Sometimes it's more than $500,000. Yes.
So, and just to pick up on what Deb Hurd said earlier, though, again, we're focusing on sort of clinical issues. That's a perfect question where you could argue really to make a difference in terms of effective treatment of spasticity. You need some basic science about muscle function, muscles, and how are muscles that have been spastic throughout the lifetime, how does that change? And then, therefore, you go to the translational part, and that could come up perhaps with a much more effective treatment than if you jump to some surgical treatment of spasticity in adults without knowing what is the underlying pathophysiology of muscles as they age. So just to keep that in mind, again, I know that's not our focus, but I think we need to think about that, have some patience and understanding that there are some fundamental basic science questions that unless we kind of go back there, we're really not going to get to where we want to be.
So what I would say, so that we don't, just because I want to keep us focused, is I believe we're going to result in an agenda that's going to have lots of room to say what's the way we look at this clinically and what is the way we look at this with a more basic and translational view. And so I want to encourage us to stay out of those dialogues, but I think the resulting agenda will give plenty of things to say. There is a big opportunity here to answer this better without, doing some basic work.
Okay, anybody else? Yes.
So priority is in terms of the importance of the question being answered, not in terms of the temporal steps that need to happen as in terms of like what should we do first. Is that the correct interpretation of what I'm hearing from the way that a lot of these questions have come out? What you're asking us, when you're giving us our $500,000, it's about the answer to that question, not what's the first step of getting this global concept answered.
As well as I understand what you're asking, Teresa, I would say the answer is yes. Because I think when we talk about steps, to go right back to what Jim and Deb were just saying, that a lot of these steps have to go back. And sometimes we start the research in the middle. So, for example, my own research is, we are putting out a paper right now which looked at a population of over 2,000 adults with cerebral palsy and looked at their risk for heart disease. And I have not done the work that looks at the basic reasons why adults with cerebral palsy have increased risk for heart disease. I think I know what they are based on my knowledge physiologically and clinically, but I haven't done that work yet. So with that research, we've kind of started in the middle. We've kind of proven the concept that's there. We haven't told you why it's there, and we haven't told you what to do about it yet. So not every research project starts at the beginning. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I just wanted to clarify, based on a lot of the things that have been mentioned here, how you want us to come to that one concept.
Right, but an important research concept we'll have, it may be in the middle, and we'll have, as Jim was saying, a beginning, and then we'll have further research to go from there.
Good. Is it fair to say that for different research ideas, we may already have that missing piece to inform the question, but we don't have the outcome? So for others, we don't even have that basic piece to explain it, so maybe that's where the focus needs to be, or at least there's a call for research in that area to better inform us. And then the other areas where we can get started where we are. We've got everything we need to know to answer that question. So it may be different for every idea.
Right, right. And again, open tables, open comments. If people around your table say, I think we really need to establish X, and you know the literature, and that X is very well established, that's what you're here for. So say that. Okay.
Research, and you could look at is there added risk for us
We can't hear.
So the answer is that all.
What's the question?
Don't start swearing.
The question is about risk of heart disease. All of us are risk of heart disease. There seems to be a suggestion from the data that we're looking at that adults with cerebral palsy who are similar, two people that are similar, one of them has cerebral palsy, they may be at higher risk for heart disease. And there's several reasons that can go into that based on muscle structure and body structure and level of physical activity and all these kind of things. And so that's why in our lab we think it's a very important question.
On the internet.
Yeah. What's that there?
Is your research out on the internet yet?
Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Can you repeat what you asked?
If I research out on the internet yet, we've just sent it in for review, and we haven't heard back yet. We do have some articles out to talk about it, so if you Google my name, you should be able to find it. Okay.
All right.
All right.
And thank you very much. Let's get going. Great. All right, now we are at the section for the second group of focus sharings of their narrative. All right? And at this point, we expand. There's chorus going on here. We're expanding to include some researchers and clinicians, as well as people living with CP or who are parents of those with CP. So I want to remind you the question is a little different for the researchers and clinicians. Remember, the ones with CP are responding to the question, what's your biggest challenge, and what's your hope for research CP to address that. This one is a little different. How do you think research CP might make your research work more meaningful and directly improve the lives of people with CP? So that's what they're going to be responding to. So let's see. Michelle, do you have that page? Or
yes, Diane is her.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I'm right here. Yeah. Okay. And if you would mention whether you're speaking as a professional or as a person either living with CP or a parent of someone with CP. All right? You each have about 5 minutes, and Diane Damiano is going to start.
I'm going to get you the mic.
Okay. And please do use the mic if you can handle it.
Okay, I'm going to read this as best as I can read it. So I actually got my PhD. I'm a professional because the families of children I was working with at the time as a therapist would always ask me, how well do you know what you're doing is going to help my child? And the honest answer is I didn't know. So I went to the literature, and what I found at that time in the 80s is there was actually very little evidence on what I was doing was working or not. So I decided to get my PhD. And then when I started my training, I did what PhD students do. I scoured the literature, and I thought back on my clinical practice. But I'm embarrassed to say that I never once asked these families or these children what was important to them. What should I be studying? And I think that's my first sort of blind sight that I noticed. The next, far more recent transformation in my thinking came during this recent time we were working on this grant application. And the PCORI that you heard, this patient-centered outcomes, in their brilliance, which is just amazing, they will not fund any research that is not listed as a high priority by the people that the research affects. And even more than this, they went a step further. More than this, they said that not only do they have to help you decide their research questions, but they have to be fully engaged in the research process. Again, totally brilliant. So we set about and wrote this application together, and I have to say that after this experience, I can't imagine doing this any other way, or doing any research any other way. It was such an eye-opener for me. Then just try to get back on track. And this is what I really fully hope Research CP will do, be the vehicle for having this done on a bigger platform. From a personal note, I actually realized I really love being bossed around by families. I get calls from Paul, and we all got to flavor this by getting our assignments to come here and do this. And so he actually held us accountable and made us do work and made us do phone calls. And I also love working with parents like Michelle, who would send us reminders of why we do what we do and who we do it for. So I just like to say that I think our motto should be stronger together.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, the next person is Patrick McPhee.
All right, I'm going to speak a little bit about my research before I jump into this. Actually, I don't even think I'm going to read this, but I'm doing similar research to what Ed showed up on one of his slides there in heart disease and cerebral palsy. But my research specifically is focusing on adults right now. And I look at traditional and new risk factors of cardiovascular disease. And what that means is traditional risk factors come from a study called Framingham Heart Study, which is about people in a small town in Massachusetts and how significant predictors of heart disease came to be. A few of those... Louder?
Can you just put the mic a little closer to your mouth?
Keep the microphone. So some of those risk factors include age, family history, that's what's been mentioned here, smoking, just to name a few. But only one of those three is modifiable. So you can choose to smoke or not to smoke. You can't choose whether or not you're going to get older. You can't pick your parents, unfortunately. But there are other risk factors that are up and coming that are modifiable, which are known as behavioral risk factors. So physical activity or physical inactivity, sedentary behavior, what we're choosing to eat. These are all things that we can have an effect or an influence on. And those are some of the things that I'm looking at perhaps influencing when I look at studies in people with CP. So some people here mentioned, or we've already talked about GMFCS and some people who are levels 4 and 5. Well, we know the benefits of physical activity on cardiovascular disease risk. If we're more active, we can slow down the progression of cardiovascular disease. But if someone's GMFCS level 4 or 5 who's in a full power wheelchair, how can they be physically active? Is there something else that we can do to prevent cardiovascular disease in those individuals? So now we're thinking about diet and sleep as the term I like to use, and I love this term, the formula for well-being in people with CP. So if it's more challenging for them to be physically active, can we target diet, can we target sleep as things that are modifiable to prevent cardiovascular disease risk? And we still don't even know how at risk some people with CP are at developing cardiovascular disease. One of my studies found that contrary to what I thought, because people with CP are inactive, some people with CP, I should rephrase that, can be inactive. They might be at greater risk for cardiovascular disease. But what we found for the strongest predictor of cardiovascular disease in the study for adults with CP was age. So it wasn't any different than people in the general population. As we get older, our arteries get stiffer. Like I said, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. So there are ways we can slow that down through activity, and now thoughts are through diet and sleep as well. I also did a study that looked at perceptions of cardiovascular disease risk in people with CP. So I went out and I asked people with CP, how likely are you to get cardiovascular disease? You might be wondering, well, where is this study? Why can't I find this? I just finished writing it and I'm submitting it for publication. So it's very interesting, and we didn't give them any background about risk factors for cardiovascular disease. We just went out and asked them. And diseases that we were interested in were obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. And their perceptions right away, and some things that have been mentioned already today was, oh, my dad had a heart attack, so I think I'm at risk for developing heart disease. Yes, you're right, you could be genetically predisposed to heart disease, but we control for this. And then we sent them a report of their cardiovascular health. So there were a study before mine where we measured their blood levels, we measured their blood pressure, other variables, and we sent this to them. And then we asked them again, well, how likely are you to develop heart disease, diabetes, obesity, based on your health record here that I've just shown you. And the most important predictors from that were blood pressure. So if they were hypertensive, they thought that, you know what, now I'm more likely to develop heart disease, and obesity. So these are tangible or important predictors that clinicians can target in their daily encounters with people with CP, because people with CP know the connection between blood pressure and cardiovascular disease, or obesity and cardiovascular disease. And in a 15-minute, my time's almost up. In a 15-minute clinical encounter with a patient with CP, what are you going to measure that will predict cardiovascular disease in this population? So that's something that my future research is trying to answer, and I'm fortunate to actually be working with Dr. Herzitz on that. So it's great to see everyone here, and I learned a lot, not only from the clinicians and the researchers, but especially from people with CP, parents, family caregivers, etc.
Thank you, Patrick. So the next person is Poonam Pandey. Am I saying that correctly? Okay, thank you. We'll get to the slide. Relay race.
Hi, I'm a scientist professionally, pharmaceutical scientist, but I'm speaking as a consumer. So I have a 19-year-old son with spastic dysplasia, and he uses a posterior walker for most of his day, and he walks with a crouch gait. So his muscles are spastic, but they're weak, and he gets fatigued easily. I feel like I'm constantly, our family doesn't live like a normal family, quote unquote, but we are always focused on what we do is focused on how it impacts him. So that like dominates everything we do in our day-to-day lives. He has a diversified home program that he follows, spends 2 to 3 hours a day doing physical activity from a home program, which is significant considering that he needs more time to do everything in life, including like in college, his extracurricular activities, and even leisure. I mean, if you want to go do something for leisure, it's going to take more time. So we're constantly struggling the 3 main areas, like physical activity, proper posture, movement, and spasticity management is what really affects his condition. So we're always trying to figure out, okay, how to integrate all this and maintain his level of function and ambulation without impacting his other areas of life, because he's very advanced, he's very independent, constantly trying to, he's a great self-advocate. He is a leader for Youth Disability Alliance in college, so he's very active in the community. But we are constantly trying to figure this out, so how, what activity does he have to do, what's the appropriate amount of time, effort, and focus that he must devote to each of these areas to maintain his function, prevent deterioration of his gait, and stay healthy. How can he manage his body mechanics and avoid using mechanics to do osteoarthritis with hyperextension in his lower back, because he's had a stress fracture in his back. So it's like, okay, so how do we manage like his body mechanics, and instead of me constantly being behind him and nagging him, okay, push your knees up straighter, and tell me until you don't have an extension in your back. I mean, I'm constantly feel like I'm nagging him, and I feel, okay, when I'm not there around, how it's going to work out. So that's the biggest thing I really want to know, and it's when we are performing exercises, how do we activate the right muscles, because physical therapists will show us, okay, this is activating, but we can't figure out, we're parents, I'm not a physical therapist. So that's a big thing constantly on our mind. Are we doing the right thing?
Thank you very much, Poonam. Michael Partington is a researcher who's all the way on here. Okay. And I nudged him really hard to share.
You're being very generous in your description. I was resisting saying anything because I'm a neurosurgeon at Gillette in St. Paul. We're at the north end of Tornado Alley, or whatever you like to call it. So the power was out at our house the night before I wrote this. And if you live on CPAP and it's off all night, you have a crappy day. So it sounds a little pithy. And I thought, do you really want me to read this? Just reading what I said. As a clinician researcher, my goals for research CP are very simple. our best way to improve the care of our patients with CP is to move our work out of the era of case reports, anecdotes, and case series, and instead starts collecting meaningful data on a larger scale and use it. Pediatric oncology, hydrocephalus care, trauma care all made their quotation great stride forward, close quote, by moving from the level of institutional reports and studies to networked research followed by the development of prospective trials. The impact on outcomes in oncology and trauma has been huge. The impact in hydrocephalus has been noticed and is rapidly and currently impacting the standard of care. So where are we with CP? As clinicians, myself included, or maybe I'm the only one, all the others are perfect, like Dodie here. But, as clinicians, we often have a preferred practice, a plan of care based on recognizing clinical patterns and then selecting interventions supported by a sense of outcomes and often unencumbered by facts. We know very little about the natural history of this group of disorders. We know very little about what to expect for our aging patients. Our patients often have a strong sense of what they need, but may not have access to care, especially as adults. Hence, we are at a fairly rudimentary point in the development of clinical research in CP. I hope we're on the threshold of improving the lives of people with CP.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Russell Thompson, consumer.
My name is Russell Thompson, and I had food poisoning because there was a blood trauma, basically oxygen deprivation on birthday, and umbilical cord here over the top of my head. So I know why I had CP. My biggest challenge is not knowing what's happening. Throughout high school, college, first 30 years of my career, I had problems because of CP, but I was a walker and functioned normally and married, had a kid, and lived a normal life. At about 48, I had the wall, and now I'm in a trainer, and I take a job to become a fireman. And lately, the coordination's going south. And I feel like I'm very aging faster than chronologically. I mean, I waited probably 10 years for long. I never did that. I never knew what was going to happen. And I've come here not only to find out more, to share what I've experienced, because if I can't find it, I'm going to Google. I can't find anything. I don't know Protestant. I'm involved in it. I'm going, no, that's something I'm going to get involved in, because I want to make a difference. If I can share something to a researcher or another clinician that will make a difference in somebody else's life, I want to do that. I think we're all responsible for helping other people, and that's why I'm here.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Russ. Thank you very much, all of you. Just a taste of the diversity of stories of everyone here. It's wonderful. Okay, we're actually moving to lunch now. So we have lunch right in here. And where are those round tables?
The round tables are at
here. Oh, excuse me. Okay. We have one big, long, rectangular table for lunch. So squeeze in. It looks like it's buffet style. Are there any logistics on these dimensions?
Especially the people who are gluten-free and vegetarian, vegan or kosher, if you haven't already secured yours, they're on that little table back there. Everything else is
trouble. Anyway, lunch, please.
So help yourselves, and then at 1:10 we'll have the third set of focused narratives.
So they're on again. Was that your first?
With what? I'm just going to walk right up. Oh, okay. You're going to share your personal statement.
Oh, okay. Do you have it?
Okay. So for the question our consumers are answering, what is the biggest challenge in your daily life that you would hope Research CP might improve? And our professionals are answering, how do you think Research CP might make your research work more meaningful and directly improve the lives of people with CP? And I didn't give a heads up to people in this group, so you might be a little surprised, but I'll come around and let you know that you're sharing. And welcome Lizette Dunet, who just got here. All right, so hi, I'm Lizette Dunet, and I have a 15-year-old son who has CP. Alex has, my biggest challenge for Alex daily right now, we were actually just talking about that with Dr. Lee, is Alex is a GMFCS 2. When he was younger, he's 15 now. When he was younger, I really had hopes that we would get him to a GMFCS 1. And now that he has hit major growth spurts and we are being faced with adolescence and a lot of growth, we have had surgeries to help fix his crouched gait, and they help some, and he, I will say, does not have any pain any longer right now, but he is still a 2, but he's kind of going towards a 3, and that really scares me. And as a parent, I want to know, what can we do? What kind of best practices can we look for that may prevent someone from kind of going up that GMFCS scale?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, I have my hand on that. That is that. So in case you didn't notice, the Cubs won the World Series last year.
What game is that?
American game of baseball. I work at the Research Institute of Chicago, now known as the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab, and I wanted to start with a late great baseball player, Yogi Berra, who said you can observe a lot by just watching. And this statement struck a chord with me and my view of what the CP Research Network can do to improve the lives of people with cerebral palsy. And it's really stating the obvious, as everyone has said here, but it's certainly worth saying again, that including all the stakeholders and parents and people and researchers in determining the research agenda, the research that happens is research that really matters to families and people with CP. My wish is that over time and with accurate documentation, which is always a concern of mine, of standard practice and outcomes, if we can agree on those, that Research CP can then set the stage to provide those necessary numbers of individuals needed to reduce the large variations in outcomes that at this point limit the applicability of all of our studies so far. I know that we need to set short and long-term project goals, and we have that at heart for clinical CP research, and this ideally will lead and blend into the research efforts in basic sciences that I'm a true believer in and hopefully continue to be involved in. So each person with CP is unique, and each family who is touched by cerebral palsy is unique. A research community that harnesses this data of all the centers will provide important benchmarks, I think, that will create new expectations and possibilities for all of us. And I think in this way, our research CP can help us be better observers of what we are watching every day or living every day.
So I already kind of mentioned this earlier when we were doing the questions. And my son is 8 and he'll be 9 in October. GMSCS, he's a 3. When they asked, when I got the email.
Can you hear Christina down there?
When I got the email asking the question about how his daily life is impacted, I didn't really feel like that was fair for me to answer that. And Mom, I see things different. You know, when I may want an outcome for it, she probably doesn't care. So I asked him. He's very vocal, nice sense of humor, and I said, Devin, if there's anything that you could change, what would you want? And he's very insightful for his age. And the first reply was, I want to walk, I want to run. And, you know, he uses a walker, you know, he can do those things. He's got his feet on it, really tired, he's sick. Hates his wheelchair, but he'll use it if he has to. And I said, well, what about walking? What about that, you know, the tightness in your legs? Is it your energy? So can you tell me what it is specifically you want to change? And he sat there and he thought about it for a minute, and then I'm trying not to get emotional in true Christina fashion. So he said, Mom, I'd just like to be able to draw a picture. I want to be able to hold a pencil like sister and draw a dragon or a sunset. So it ultimately didn't come down to that walking. It was just, I want to do what Sis does. I want to sit at the table and I want to be able to draw what I see. I'm a very artistic kid. And so for me, as Mom, that translates to as an adult, you know, brushing our teeth, brushing our hair, turning knobs on the door. You know, when he gets older and he's wanting that independence, as he already does at 8, almost 9 years old, that's what I see. He sees it as coloring. But how do we get to that point where he can do that but maintain it, as we're hearing from our adult CPs up here? How do we maintain that? What therapies, what interventions, whether it's medicinal, surgical, what treatments do we do now when they're little and keep that maintained? Or, you know, can we do enough now when they're little so they don't have to do as much as adults? And that's what I'm hoping to get out of this. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. There we go. Where are you? I didn't give you a warning. No. Yeah, I like it.
One of them.
So I'm Mary Jo Cooley-Kayeker. I'm a speech-language pathologist, audiologist, and epidemiologist, and probably most of my research is known about working on the communication version of the GMSCS. So I led the communication function classification system work and still do. So what I wrote was by ensuring that people with CP and their loved ones are partners in research, we will be able to better identify the areas of concern, acceptable interventions, and meaningful outcomes. With my professional background, I'm hoping Research CP can increase our knowledge of how many individuals have communication challenges, including speech, language, or hearing difficulties, and eating difficulties, including eating, feeding, and or swallowing. In addition, Research CP to collect what current services are being received by people with CP and get life. specialty area, including any augmentative and alternative communication, as well as what kind of communication and eating outcomes are we seeing from our intervention.
Thank you. Nancy's next, just down the line there.
I'm Nancy Yevovich, and a lot of my experience kind of paralleled Russell's in many respects. I'm going to go a little off script from what I have here.
Can you speak a little louder?
I'm going to go a little off script from what I have here. I'm a person who had to take an early retirement. I was a special education teacher, and at one point, I was an inclusion teacher, so I would go into the regular education classroom. And I would sit on the floor, my knees tucked close to me, and have 6 to 8 kids sitting around me. And fortunately for me, my lunch period was after this class, and this class also went to lunch. One day, I started taking me 5 minutes to get up off the floor. And it's like, what's wrong? Is this cerebral palsy? Is this something else? Turns out I developed fibromyalgia and a few other things. But the most challenging thing, I think, for me has been time and time management. Everything has slowed down. It takes me much longer to get dressed and things like that. And I was just never prepared for that. And I used to just be very persistent with tasks and push through and have brief periods of rest, and I could bounce back. I've lost the ability to really be spontaneous. I can't push like I did. And when I do move fast-paced, the spasticity and everything has increased. And it's just so odd with the time management thing and the time component. So I guess, well, there's one thing I will read. All right. I was able to push my body to its limits and bounce back quickly after brief periods of rest. Due to ambulation decline, musculoskeletal pain, overuse syndrome, chronic fatigue, and the development of other medical conditions, my life has required constant activity for daily living, task prioritization, and then spontaneity. Certain ADLs and tasks are finished. Other ones are either partially completed or not completed at all. I have struggled to manage basic daily activities such as shopping and cleaning and to keep up with today's pace of living. The bodily unknowns of aging with a disability have compromised both time management and the abilities to complete various ADLs and tasks. If researchcp can improve ways to accommodate these unforeseen changes, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We're going to finish with Uni.
This caught me by surprise. Mine says, in parentheses, extra short one. I don't know if that's referring to the statement here or an instructions. I will assume it's the latter, and read what I've written, which is even more quickly than what Michael said. Just from context, I'm a pediatric orthopedic surgeon and a clinical epidemiologist. I work a lot with children with cerebral palsy and their parents, and I'm interested in understanding their perspective, their priorities. So, if our research aims to improve the lives of people with CP, it seems self-evident that we should understand in what way they want their lives improved. Partnering with people with CP and their carers will inform the questions we ask, the methods and measures we use to answer them, and facilitate the means by which we can adopt or implement the discoveries that will most benefit them.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know what we're doing next, but I bet it's on the agenda. That's everybody.
Yep.
That's probably the list in rank and order.
They got it from that, you get a ticket. Oh, everything's all the same. It's a good game when they went last year. I've been kind of watching the national thing, of course, well, then the story of watching the teams that they do well in the playoffs and getting further. So people are skeptical. Fantastic.
I appreciate the
bullpen not doing very well. Great players. So this will be already there. Like they did for the World Series. They've been really tank days there. Oh yeah. A lot of energy over there. I wanted to play one of my old. I went to.
I'm off the road. I'm staying here in Paris. Like I do love Italian.
Hope everyone had a good little break there.
I want to give you very clear, I hope, direction about these groups. And first of all, let me just do the logistics of it, all right? Just to remind you, I know we mentioned this morning, but just to remind you, you have group assignments in your pamphlet that looks like this. It tells you which color-coded group you are in, okay? Everyone with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the next issue is where to go. So the green people, the Martians, can all stay down at this end of this table, and I'm going to be facilitating in here, okay? The red people are going to go with Susan, and Susan's going to be in the Rome room.
We get to go to
Red for Rome. You know, each one remember. And they're all on the right-hand side beyond the bathrooms here. Okay? Red goes to Rome with Susan's child. And then blue is called the Sydney room, and that's